Chapter 1361. This brand new system should be able to increase my combat power by roughly 30%. Zhou Tong quietly sensed the changes to his body as he mentally assessed them. After his elemental key system was completed, his divine body had become significantly more powerful than before. At the same time, his soul was constantly being nourished by his new divine body and his brand new elemental key dimension, causing it to rapidly grow in power. It's not just my combat power that has increased. Now that my soul has strengthened, the speed at which I can meditate on the various grand Daos has increased by roughly 30% as well. Zhou Tong began to meditate on the Tao of Light, which he hadn't been able to meditate on in the past. Soon, countless new insights began to fill his mind, allowing him to visualize Daos much faster than before. After creating this technique, Zhou Tong continued to train in seclusion. He wanted to become an Omega Autarch as soon as possible. The Sith were still a variable, and Zhou Tong had no idea when they would launch another attack. He had never been willing to hand over the initiative to others, and so his only option was to strengthen himself. Once he became an Omega Autarch, he would no longer be in any danger. After Zhou Tong had been training for 3 chaos cycles, he had fused the celestial horned ant's Tao of Force into his own Tao of Fire, creating the Tao of Force. After spending 5 chaos cycles in seclusion, he had fused the Thunder Emperor's Tao of Lightning into his own Tao of Fire, creating the Tao of Lightning and Fire. However, right at this moment, Zhou Tong's seclusion was interrupted. Autar Titanos had arrived with a piece of news. Yet another person from the primordial chaos had mastered an Omega Tao and become a Tao Lord of the 4th step. This news caused Autarch Skyfeeder and the other Autarchs to be overjoyed. Yet another Omega Tao Lord of the 4th step meant that the cultivator civilizations had a very good chance of giving birth to a second Omega Emperor. Autar Skyfeeder and Autar Titanos both turned to look at Zhou Tong. They knew that whether or not this new Omega Tao Lord would succeed in the Tao merge would depend on Zhou Tong. If he was willing to give this new Omega Tao Lord some pointers, his chances of success would be much higher. If he wasn't willing to give this new Omega Tao Lord some pointers, his chances of success would be much lower. Yet another Omega Tao Lord? He reached the level of a Tao Lord of the 4th step? Zhou Tong was rather surprised as well. Yet another Omega Tao Lord of the 4th step had appeared. That's right. That Tao Lord walked the path of the Omega Sword Tao, unlike you. By the way, his name is Jining. Even as he spoke, Paragon Titanos waved his right hand, causing a flower scroll to appear, upon which was a drawing of Jining. Not bad, not bad. After such a long time, it's time to meet him. Seeing Jining's image, Zhou Tong was stunned and then smiled. You know him? Autar Titanos was surprised. Before I reached the world level, when I was still living in the Chaos Verse, I took on a disciple. It was him. Zhou Tong laughed. What? He was born in the same chaotic universe as you? I never would have thought that a single Chaos Verse would give birth to 2 Omega Tao Lords. Autarch Skyfeeder was shocked. Zhou Tong said, all right, I'm going to leave seclusion for a while. As he spoke, Zhou Tong put away his estate, then turned and left the prime essences of the Chaos Verse. He reappeared within the Chaos Verse, following the threads of karma that had been connected to him. He quickly found Jining's location. He's actually in Vast Heaven Palace, right? Jining later went to Undermoon Lake, which was established by World God Northrest. Thus, according to his oath, he had to make a trip to Vast Heaven Palace. As for why he joined Vast Heaven Palace, he probably knew that he was my disciple, which was why he was invited. Zhou Tong was able to quickly divine the location of Jining's seclusion. With a wave of his hand, he tore through the void, transforming into a streak of light that instantly flew towards Vast Heaven Palace. Meanwhile, within Vast Heaven Palace. Haha, Brother Jining, you've been keeping me in the dark for quite some time. I didn't expect you to train in an Omega Tao. Emperor Soul Sky was chatting and drinking with Jining. When Zhou Tong had been alive, Soul Sky had been nothing more than a Tao Lord. Now that multiple chaos cycles had passed, he had succeeded in the Tao merge, and become an eternal emperor. Although Omega Daos are formidable, the Tao merge is far too difficult. No one in history has ever succeeded in the Tao merge with an Omega Tao. Jining was rather worried. Don't worry. Since someone has already told the autarchs about you, I imagine they'll have a way to deal with you. At the very least, they'll have a way to increase the difficulty of your Tao merge, Emperor Solsky said. Right at this moment, both Emperor Solsky and Jining seemed to sense something at the same time. They suddenly turned to stare at the empty space not too far away, a hint of surprise on their faces. The void cracked open, and Zhou Tong walked out of the void step by step. Brother Tribulation Fire, you've returned. You succeeded in the Tao merge? Emperor Solsky was shocked. Master, Jining turned to look at Zhou Tong as well, a look of delight on his face. I heard that you've embarked on the path of the Omega Sword Tao, so I came to take a look. Perhaps I'll be able to give you some pointers on your Tao merge. Zhou Tong smiled at Jining. Brother Tribulation Fire, although you've succeeded in the Tao merge, ordinary Tao lords like us probably won't be able to give you any pointers on Omega Daos. The nearby Emperor Solsky shook his head. Perhaps. However, I do have a few things here that will be beneficial to Omega Daos. First of all, this. As he spoke, Zhou Tong waved his hand, causing 12 jade slips to appear within it. This is... Both Jining and Emperor Solsky were stunned. The 12 jade slips simply hovered there in the air, emanating terrifying auras of their own accord. Although they couldn't compare to the aura of a hegemon, the two of them still felt a sense of pressure. These are the Omega Daos left behind by 12 Tao Lords of the fourth step who once embarked on the path of Omega Daos in our Chaos Verse. I've left some notes within them as well. I imagine that after you read them, your understanding of Omega Daos will improve further. Zhou Tong waved his hand, causing the 12 scrolls of Omega Daos to float towards Jining. 12 Omega Tao Lords of the fourth step? Did any of them succeed in the Tao merge? Emperor Solsky had a solemn look on his face. If they succeeded in the Tao merge, then the Daos I'm going to show you right now are the Daos of Omega Emperors. Why would they be Tao Lords of the fourth step? Zhou Tong picked up a gourd of wine from the table, then poured himself a cup of wine as he spoke leisurely. All failed. Jining instantly felt a mountain of pressure weighing down on him. However, he was still able to suppress his impatience and began to read the first scroll of the Omega Daos. Just as Jining was reading through the Omega Daos, Zhou Tong said to the nearby Emperor Solsky, Brother Solsky, I'd like to ask you to leave us for a moment. There are some things which the autarchs have ordered that are not to be made public. The autarchs? Tribulation Fire? You were able to contact the autarchs? Emperor Solsky was shocked. Zhou Tong nodded. I am indeed able to contact the autarchs at any time. So that's how it is. So this is the assistance which the autarchs spoke of. Emperor Solsky nodded. All right. Since this is an autarch's order, I'll leave you for a moment. He now had a general idea of where these 12 scrolls of Omega Daos came from. They had to have been given to him by the autarchs. Chapter 1362. This wine tastes pretty good. You really know how to enjoy yourselves. Zhou Tong leisurely poured himself another cup of wine, then drained it in one gulp. For countless years, Zhou Tong had been cultivating. Very rarely did he enjoy a life at the peak of power. On the other side, Jining was meditating on the Omega Daos left behind by his predecessors, one scroll after another. These Omega Daos left Jining utterly stunned. Although none of the scrolls contained the Tao of the sword which he had trained in, the Omega Daos left behind by his predecessors had given him a much deeper understanding of the Omega Tao, allowing him to gain a better understanding of the Tao merge of an Omega Tao. Omega Daos truly are Omega Daos, but master's notes. Jining carefully inspected the notes which Zhou Tong had left behind. Many things which he hadn't noticed in the past suddenly became clear to him. Why is it that master's notes seem to be of a slightly higher level? Every single one of the Omega Daos, he explained, hit the nail on the head. I feel as though if I follow master's instructions, I'll be able to succeed in the Tao merge. The more Jin Ning meditated, the more stunned he felt. He had already embarked on the Omega Path and had become a Tao Lord of the fourth step. In fact, he had seen countless hegemonic Grand Taoists during the past few chaos cycles. But now, when faced with the master he had taken on as a child, he still felt as though he was filled with unfathomable mysteries. Master's power is most likely at the very top of the hegemons. In fact, he's probably on par with those so-called other-verse lords. Ji Ning speculated. A long time later, Ji Ning opened his eyes once more, emerging from the endless sea of insights he had gained into the Grand Tao. "You're awake? How do you feel?" Zhou Tong looked at the awakened Ji Ning and asked. Omega Taoists live up to their reputation. They are unfathomably vast and unfathomably deep. Ji Ning replied, "After meditating on these 12 scrolls of Omega Taoists, I feel somewhat confident in my chances of succeeding in the Tao Merge. A little bit of confidence isn't enough. The Tao Merge for an Omega Tao is extremely difficult. If I only have a little bit of confidence, the chances of failure will be extremely high." Zhou Tong said, "If you wish to fuse with an Omega Tao, the conditions are extremely harsh. You need to have a perfect Tao heart, a perfect divine body, and a perfect Tao tree. You also need to meditate on other Taoists and gain insights into the fragments of your Omega Tao." Ji Ning nodded. Many of these things have been recorded in the 12 scrolls of Omega Tao, and most of them have been annotated by Zhou Tong. "Master, has no one ever succeeded in cultivating an Omega Tao before?" Ji Ning asked. "Yes. In the Chaos verse, there are still people who have succeeded in their Tao merge with an Omega Tao." Zhou Tong laughed. "Really? How come I've never heard of it?" Ji Ning was a little anxious. Because he has never publicly announced that he succeeded in his Tao merge using an Omega Tao, Zhou Tong said. "Our Chaos verse has an Omega Emperor hidden away." Ji Ning stared tongue-tied. He had never heard of this before. All he knew was that no one had ever succeeded in fusing an Omega Tao. "Master, who is it?" Ji Ning asked urgently. "Haven't you already met him?" Zhou Tong said. "Met him?" Ji Ning was stunned for a moment, then suddenly came to his senses. He stared at Zhou Tong. "Master, could it be that if I hadn't succeeded in my Tao merge, how would I know so much about Omega Taos?" As Zhou Tong spoke, he once more produced a jade slip. As soon as this jade slip appeared, it instantly exploded with a terrifying aura of might. Ji Ning felt as though his heart had been struck by a heavy blow. This aura of might was completely capable of crushing an ordinary hegemon. "This is your master's eternal Omega Tao of fire. Although it is a different Tao of fire from your Tao of the sword, I trust that your chances of succeeding in the Tao merge will be much greater after you read it," Zhou Tong said. "Eternal Omega Tao of fire. Thank you, Master." The moment Ji Ning reached out and touched the scroll, a huge amount of information surged into his mind, shocking him greatly. The 12 scrolls of Omega Tao that he had read before also contained a Tao of fire. However, Ji Ning felt that the difference between that scroll and his master's eternal Omega Tao of fire was too great. He had only roughly comprehended it once, but he couldn't help but feel that it was complete and perfect. Compared to this eternal Omega Tao of fire, he felt that whether it was his Omega Sword Tao or the other 12 scrolls of Omega Tao, they were like fireflies compared to the bright moon. It was too perfect, too perfect. This time, Ji Ning immersed himself in it for a longer period of time than when he had read the other 12 scrolls of Omega Tao combined. This Tao of fire can actually be like this. After a long time, Ji Ning opened his eyes. "I'll give this jade slip to you. You can meditate on it whenever you want, but remember not to let anyone else know about it. That includes the fact that I succeeded in the Tao merge with an Omega Tao," Zhou Tong warned Ji Ning. "Master, you've already succeeded in the Tao merge and become an Omega Emperor. Why do you have to keep a secret?" Ji Ning was rather puzzled. "It's not just me. If you succeed in the Tao merge, don't tell anyone either. Our universe is still in danger, and Omega Emperors aren't strong enough yet. We need Omega Autarchs. If word of this gets out, we'll probably start a new war." Zhou Tong gave Ji Ning a rough summary of what had happened. The Sith, other Chaos versus Omega autarchs. Jining fell silent. Many things had exceeded his expectations. He had thought that the Sith had been defeated long ago, but they had actually survived. And it seemed as though they still had a trump card that was capable of toppling the entire universe. How about this? When you prepare to attempt the Tao merge, let me know. Or perhaps find a way to notify the other autarchs. We'll arrange for a safe place for you that will completely conceal all of your Tao merge manifestations, Zhou Tong said, after pondering for a moment. He then handed a talisman to Zhou Tong. This talisman can be used to contact me and the other autarchs of our Chaos verse. If I'm in secluded meditation when you attempt the Tao merge, you can notify Titanos, Skyfeeder, or Bolin. However, don't use this thing recklessly. Aside from the two of us, I imagine that only a few of the other autarchs have access to this talisman. Yes, your disciple understands. Jining accepted the talisman solemnly. Finally, Zhou Tong produced a small estate and handed it to Jining. Before I attempted the Tao merge, this place was of great help to me. I'm going to give it to you now. This estate was filled with more than 100 billion scrolls of techniques, which Autarch Awakener had collected. Jining accepted the estate, then scanned it with his god sense. He was instantly stunned by how many techniques and legacies there were. It was simply astonishing. I've done everything I can to help you. Whether or not you succeed in the Tao merge will be up to you. I don't understand the eternal Omega Sword Tao, so I won't be able to teach it to you. Zhou Tong said one last time, then turned and left. He didn't teach Jining the true soul everlasting technique, as it wouldn't be of much use to him during his first Tao merge. If he risked everything during the Tao merge, he would be much closer to mastering an eternal Omega Tao. If he relied on his true soul everlasting to attempt the Tao merge without limit, he would probably relax his already tense heart, which would be detrimental to his mastery of an eternal Omega Tao. It wouldn't be too late to give this technique to him after he succeeded in the Tao merge, or after he failed the Tao merge. Most importantly of all, given that there were no Omega autarchs, it wouldn't be wise for him to spread the word of this technique. This was because many people already knew that Jining was training in the Omega Sword Tao. It was inevitable that some people would try to spread the word. Chapter 1363. Zhou Tong told Jining everything he needed to say and showed him everything he needed to show him. Jining quickly entered secluded meditation. Afterwards, Zhou Tong spent a few more years lecturing on the Tao to the members of Vast Heaven Palace. This time, the content of his lectures was even more profound than the previous ones. It could be said that most of the content was completely incomprehensible to them. However, even if they didn't understand, they were still able to memorize it and slowly analyze it when they had the time. After doing all this, Zhou Tong returned to the prime essences of the Chaos verse and continued his secluded meditation in pursuit of the Tao of Omega Autarch. This time, after spending 2 Chaos cycles in seclusion, Zhou Tong had fused the Tao of Yang into his Tao of Fire and formed the Tao of Pure Yang. 3 Chaos cycles later, he had formed the Tao of Pure Yin. 5 Chaos cycles later, he had formed the Tao of Radiant Light. 7 Chaos cycles later, he had formed the Tao of Darkness. Every 1 or 2 Chaos cycles, Zhou Tong would be able to fuse one of the myriad Taos into his Tao of Fire. He had fused the Tao of Formations into the Tao of Fire, the Tao of Talismans into the Tao of Talismans, and the Tao of Karma into the Tao of Flames. There were so many Taos that his Tao of Eternal Omega Fire could contain them all. Although he still hadn't reached the level of one Tao begets all Taos, his Tao of Eternal Omega Fire continued to expand, and expand. Originally, the only difference between him and a true autarch was the breadth of his Tao. Now, however, that difference was slowly being resolved as he fused countless Taos into his Tao of Fire. In the blink of an eye, 100 Chaos cycles had passed since Zhou Tong had entered secluded meditation. Of course, Autarch Skyfeeder had been maintaining Zhou Tong's 1,000-fold temporal acceleration. In truth, Zhou Tong had already been cultivating for 100,000 Chaos cycles. On this very day, Zhou Tong finally emerged from the azure flower state. You've emerged. Autark Sky Feeder halted the temporal acceleration and walked toward Zhou Tong. Thank you for maintaining the temporal acceleration for me, Autark Sky Feeder, Zhou Tong said gratefully. It's just a small matter. I'll only be able to accelerate time by 1,000 times for 100 chaos cycles. To me, it's nothing. The more powerful you are, the more powerful we cultivators will be. Autark Sky Feeder smiled. 100 chaos cycles, but to me, that's 100,000 chaos cycles. Zhou Tong sighed. This was a long period of time that he had never experienced. Whether it was the shrouding, the heavens world, the sun spirit world, or the world of immortals, he had never experienced such a long period of time. Even the coiling dragon world was only close to this period of time. I almost forgot. You're still so young. The amount of time it took you to succeed in your downward from birth was even shorter than the lifespan of some world-level cultivators. 100,000 chaos cycles is an extremely long period of time for you. Autark Sky Feeder smiled. Still, it's been a long time. How has your cultivation progressed? I've reached my limit. Zhou Tong shook his head. My ultimate fire Dao has already reached a limit. Even if I integrate more Daos, it won't be of much use. I can sense that right now. I'm just a tiny bit away from becoming an Omega Autark. However, I've been in secluded meditation for many years. I've been painstakingly searching, but I still haven't been able to grasp that tiny bit of inspiration. Zhou Tong sighed. I'm planning to leave seclusion for a period of time. I'm going to wander the universe and see things that I've never seen before. Perhaps I'll be able to grasp that tiny bit of inspiration. It's incredibly difficult to go from an eternal emperor to an autark. It'll be good for you to go out and see things. The more you experience, the better your chances of making a breakthrough will be, Autark Sky Feeder said. Based on what I know, even in the Sith Chaos verse, there are many Omega Emperors who remain stuck at the Eternal Emperor level, unable to break through. You train at an incredibly fast rate, and your comprehension of the Tao far surpasses ours. Your chances of becoming an Omega Autark should be higher than those of other Omega Emperors. However, you'll have to rely on yourself to gain insights from the various things in the universe. The prime essences of the Chaos verse are indeed a holy land for cultivation, but there are some things that can be said about the Tao that might be of use to you, Autark Sky Feeder warned. Zhou Tong nodded, then once more left the prime essences of the Chaos verse and entered the vast, endless Chaos verse. As he walked, he saw all sorts of strange and wondrous sights in the universe. Many of them were stunning, formed from the workings of the Chaos verse itself. Zhou Tong's horizons were especially broadened when he saw all sorts of wondrous terrains and landscapes hidden within the Quintessence 8 regions. As he walked, Zhou Tong didn't interact with any of the other cultivators. All he did was stare at the mysteries of the Chaos verse, or take the form of a mortal and wander the mortal world. Finally, after a Chaos cycle, Zhou Tong arrived at the borders of the Chaos verse. This is the border of the Chaos verse. This is the border of the Chaos verse. Zhou Tong stared ahead. It was still pitch black in front of him. If he simply flew, he would never be able to touch the so-called border. This was the place where all of the dimensions of the Chaos verse intersected. It was a border that was invisible to the naked eye. Only Omega Emperors or Autarks like Zhou Tong could be certain of it. These intersecting points would eventually converge to form the endless border of the Chaos verse, an untouchable border. For cultivators below the Autark level, the Chaos verse is still endless. They can't see the border. Zhou Tong gained a hint of understanding. Cultivators who had yet to reach the level of supremacy would never be able to reach the border. To make a simple analogy, if the boundary of the chaotic universe was a line, then every step taken by an existence below the Autark level would shrink in size by half. As a result, they would never be able to touch the boundary that was so close to them for the rest of their lives. It was like a converging sequence of numbers, a converging function. If anyone below the Autark level were to see this sort of converging universe, they'd probably feel despair. Zhou Tong subconsciously simulated how ordinary eternal emperors would feel upon seeing such a scene. This was the first time he had ever seen such a border. Whether it was the shrouded heaven world, the world of longevity, or the coiling dragon world, the borders of those worlds were all similar to the borders of the Desolate Era's Chaos verse. There was no way they would have converging sequences of numbers or functions. Everything is converging. It's like a black hole with no end in sight. It's like the entire universe is being swallowed up by an invisible black hole. Whether it's space-time, yin and yang, the five elements, or the grand Tao, they're all being swallowed up. Looking at the border from the perspective of an ordinary eternal emperor, Zhou Tong couldn't help but feel a hint of emotion in his heart. One is all things return to one. Chapter 1364. All things become one, whether it's time and space, yin and yang, the five elements, even sabers, spears, swords, halberds, zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. All the Daos in the world can be retracted and transformed into the most primitive one, without any difference. At this moment, countless clues were connected in Zhou Tong's mind. So that's how it is. So this is the so-called Great Destruction. Zhou Tong suddenly understood. At this moment, the scorching flames around Zhou Tong devoured everything. Whether it was the yin and yang, the five elements, light and darkness, even time and karma, everything was devoured by the flames around Zhou Tong. Fire was the most destructive power, and Zhou Tong's understanding of great destruction was naturally more advantageous than other Daos. Especially when he saw the boundary of the chaotic universe up close. The Daos that had been accumulating in his heart for a long time exploded in his heart, destroying and devouring everything, and finally forming the so-called Great Destruction. So this is the first step towards becoming a supreme being, Great Destruction. So it wasn't that difficult after all. The flames on Zhou Tong's body emitted a heart-palpitating, destructive power. This power caused his flames to turn pitch black. Crash! The flames erupted almost instantly and blasted a huge hole in the dark void ahead, revealing the dazzling scenery outside the chaotic universe. It was a dazzling, beautiful, and boundless space that caused one's heart to tremble. It was filled with multicolored colors. The boundless infinity dimension was filled with countless celestial bodies, the largest of which were naturally the chaos verses. Endless time and endless space intersected there. Those who were not strong enough could get lost at any time. Outside the world, that is the endless space outside the world. Zhou Tong's eyes were filled with curiosity and desire. He wanted to explore that endless space. Wait a bit. Wait until I become an Omega autarch. Zhou Tong sat down cross-legged, and the huge hole in front of him naturally healed. At this moment, in Zhou Tong's mind, endless mysteries of fire were constantly evolving. Great Destruction was only the first step in becoming an ultimate autarch. One still had to realize the other side of Great Destruction, life force. Only after mastering Great Destruction and mastering the opposite of destruction and vitality could one finally step into the realm of ultimate autarch. Destruction and rebirth were like two sides of a piece of paper. Some ultimate supremes would need a long period of cultivation to master this, but Zhou Tong was different. He only had a phoenix's true fate, and one that was most adept at being reborn in the midst of nirvana. With this kind of talent, he had understood the other side of the Great Destruction almost as soon as he had comprehended it. At this moment, as the endless flames of Great Destruction spread, the life force within the flames was also being nurtured. As time passed, the life force became more and more vigorous. Finally, boom! After the life force at the core of the flames of Great Destruction reached its peak, it suddenly exploded. All the destruction and darkness disappeared. All that was left was the most dazzling, surging life force, endless life force. Previously, the so-called Great Destruction did not destroy any life, but the Great Tao, the destruction of all great Daos. Naturally, the other side of the Great Destruction was also the vitality of the Great Tao. time, space, yin and yang, the five elements, light and darkness, karma. The endless great Taos were nourished by the life force, forming a mysterious connection with each other. They then transformed into a complete universe, a complete Tao. Slowly, stars were born. The void was born. Primordial chaos was born. In the blink of an eye, a complete world was born. This world was not like the worlds of the world-level cultivators, which only had a single great Tao. This was a world that encompassed everything and had no limits. The destruction of all Taos and the rebirth of all Taos. In the end, everything returns to one. This is what it means to be an Omega Autarch. Zhou Tong succeeded in becoming an Omega Autarch in the instant that endless life force exploded forth. At the same time, within his elemental key dimension, atop the towering Tao tree, whoosh, the flower of eternity, which had been shining brilliantly, wilted at this moment. At the same time, a fruit gradually grew from it. The more the fruit grew, the more marvelous it became. In the end, it transformed into the shape of a phoenix. The inside of the fruit was filled with endless flames, as well as the essence of life and death. In the end, the fruit completely took shape, transforming into a dazzling phoenix that spread its wings and soared into the skies. At the same time, an endless amount of energy began to gather around Zhou Tong. His body began to transform, and his consciousness began to grow infinitely more powerful. It was as though he had broken through to a completely new dimension. His consciousness and his divine will spread to every corner of the entire Chaos-verse, resonating with the prime essences of the Chaos-verse. At the same time, the prime essences of the Chaos-verse responded to Zhou Tong with joyous cheers. They didn't resist at all, allowing Zhou Tong's consciousness to naturally permeate every inch of the prime essences. It was as though he could refine them at any moment. As expected, only after becoming an Omega Autarch can I truly see the true face of the prime essences of the Chaos-verse. Endless, eternal Omega Taos. Zhou Tong was somewhat intoxicated. In this moment, everything about the prime essences of the Chaos-verse was branded into his mind. The eternal Omega Fire Tao he had previously mastered was merely a part of the prime essences of the Chaos-verse. The complete prime essences of the Chaos-verse were formed from countless eternal Omega Taos. The eternal Omega Time Tao, the eternal Omega Space Tao, the eternal Omega Five Elements Tao, the eternal Omega Yin-Yang Tao, the eternal Omega Karma Tao. There was no end to them, and all of them were eternal Omega Taos. But of course, although they were all on the same level, there were still differences in the power of each Tao. For example, Zhou Tong's own eternal Omega Fire Tao was one of the most powerful eternal Omega Taos in the prime essences of the Chaos-verse. As for the Tao of painting, the Tao of chess, and the like, they were the weakest eternal Omega Taos. These eternal Omega Taos of varying levels of power interacted with each other, becoming a part of how the Chaos-verse operated. Eternal Omega Taos, Autarch Omega Taos. The Taos of other Autarchs are all at the hegemonic level. However, the Taos of my Autarch Omega Fire Tao are all eternal Omega Taos. Zhou Tong quietly meditated on the changes in his body as boundless insights flooded his mind. After becoming an Omega Autarch, one would have mastered all of the Omega Taos in the Chaos-verse. Moreover, they would have mastered all of the eternal Omega Taos. However, no matter how powerful the eternal Omega Taos are, they can't compare to my Autarch Omega Tao. They aren't on the same level at all. Chapter 1365. At the same time, countless Autarchs throughout the Chaos-verse began to move. What's going on? What's going on? The prime essences of the Chaos-verse are trembling. What's going on? Quite a few Autarchs opened their eyes, a look of shock on their faces. The Autarchs who were fine all turned to look at the trembling, then immediately warped through space-time. Rumble. The boundless energy of the prime essences of the Chaos Verse began to converge on Zhou Tong's body, constantly modifying Zhou Tong's body and causing his elemental key world to transform. All of the autarchs stared in amazement at Zhou Tong, who was within that terrifying vortex of energy. This is the first time I've ever seen such a flood of energy. I feel as though the prime essences of the entire Chaos Verse are pouring into him. Autarch Titanos sighed in amazement. Success! The tribulation flame has finally reached the autarch level. Autarch Bolin revealed a look of delight as well. Right, given how terrifying this is, he must have broken through to become an Omega Autarch. Autarchicon was excited as well. Ahaha! Our Chaos Verse has finally given birth to an Omega Autarch. In the future, we won't have to worry about being invaded by other Chaos Verses. Autarch Stone Rule couldn't help but feel overjoyed as well. He's probably the youngest Autarch in history. There are probably many world-level cultivators who are older than him. Autarch Skyfeeder laughed as well. All of the Autarchs were excited as well. Over the course of countless eons, they had always been worried that the Sith would invade and wipe them out. Even though they had already beaten back the first wave of Sith, it was still possible that they would be invaded in the future. Only by giving birth to an Omega Autarch, a Lord of Chaos, would they be able to resolve this problem once and for all. So this is what it feels like to become an Omega Autarch. Zhou Tong was intrigued. His god sense instantly reached out to the region where the Sith had been sealed off, and he saw the Sith Omega Autarch who was peacefully enjoying himself within it. Ayer, given my current level of power, killing you will be no problem at all, Zhou Tong mused. Sith Omega Autarchs who had come to this desolate Chaos Verse would naturally be suppressed. Given the circumstances, how could they possibly be a match for Zhou Tong? But to avoid any unexpected complications, I'd better refine the Chaos Verse first. Zhou Tong's consciousness instantly entered the quintessence of the Chaos Verse and began to refine it. The quintessence of the Chaos Verse didn't stop him in the slightest, and everything went smoothly. Rumble. Following Zhou Tong's refinement, the great Daos in the origin of the chaotic universe that had been operating naturally began to undergo drastic changes. Originally, it had relied on the mutual influence between the Daos to circulate, but now that Zhou Tong had refined it, all of the eternal ultimate Daos within the quintessence of the Chaos Verse had begun to revolve around Zhou Tong's Paragon Ultimate Fire Dao. Rumble. In an instant, the Autarch Ultimate Fire Dao became the brand new foundation of the entire Chaos Verse. One Dao was supreme, and all Daos were auxiliary. It was as if the entire Chaos Verse had gained a new backbone. It was as if a small animal that was originally ignorant and could only rely on its instincts to move had suddenly gained intelligence. Just as Zhou Tong was refining the quintessence of the Chaos Verse. Within the endless void, there was a small wooden hut atop a boulder that was several kilometers in circumference. A skinny, dark-skinned figure emerged from the hut. He was dressed in green robes and had a pair of ox horns on his head. He stared at Zhou Tong's Chaos Verse with a hint of astonishment on his face. This is refining the Chaos Verse. The man instantly understood what was happening. In front of him, the Chaos Verse, which had been a vast expanse of gray mist, suddenly began to transform. The primordial chaos began to condense into a terrifying aura that emanated scorching heat. In the end, it formed the aura of the Tao of Fire, which caused him to tremble in fear. This was the aura of the Autarch Ultimate Fire Tao. It was a supreme Tao that caused the entire Chaos Verse to instantly become the most dazzling existence within the endless void. It was as though it had transformed into an incomparable sun. The Autarch Ultimate Fire Tao, the Tao of Fire, the Tao of Destruction. The horned, azure-robed man frowned. A second Lord of Fire has finally appeared within the endless void, and it's a troublesome Tao of Fire. It seems Ayer is beyond saving. There were differences between Autarch Ultimate Daos as well. The Autarch Ultimate Fire Tao was the most destructive of all Daos. In terms of destructive power, Aside from the Autark Ultimate Destruction Daos, the Autark Ultimate Fire Dao was the most terrifying of all. The Sith Lord of Chaos stared at the towering chaos verse that seemed to have transformed into a sun that illuminated the entire endless void. Even he felt that this Lord of Chaos was going to be difficult to deal with. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong had finished refining the chaos verse within the desolate chaos verse. He opened his eyes once more. So this is what it feels like to be a Lord of Chaos. Compared to the universe lords who created the chaos verse on Coiling Dragon World, there are many differences. Still, if I had signed the primordial golden rankings back in Coiling Dragon World, many of those differences would have disappeared. Zhou Tong quietly meditated on the changes that had occurred to his body. Although refining a chaos verse was a bit stressful, it was nothing to him now that he had become an autark. After becoming an autark, his body, soul, and true soul had all transformed once more. He was more than 100 times stronger than before, and so he was naturally able to endure the pressure. However, he wasn't in a rush to kill Ayer. He had already completely locked down all of the Sith's chaos verse, ensuring that no one would be able to escape. Ayer was like a turtle in a jar that could be dealt with at any time. Zhou Tong focused all of his attention on the brand of the Mirror of Samsara within his body. This feeling, I've never felt anything like this before. Why is the brand of the Mirror of Samsara giving me a sense of powerlessness? Zhou Tong frowned. He could sense that this situation was going to be a bit troublesome. He had the feeling that if he continued to maintain his status as a Lord of Chaos, there was no way he would be able to return to his true body. The only way was to give up his status as a Lord of Chaos. In the end, the brand of the Mirror of Samsara is nothing more than a brand. It isn't the Mirror of Samsara's true body. There's no way it can carry such an enormous chaos verse and bring it back. Zhou Tong mused to himself. Is it because of the living creatures of this chaos verse? Zhou Tong once more turned his attention to the living creatures of this chaos verse. The chaos verse was filled with boundless amounts of energy, but half of that energy was distributed to various experts. The emperors, Dao Lords, world-level cultivators, and other cultivators all had an enormous amount of energy gathered within them. When I returned, I brought a world with me, but those worlds weren't very large or they were created by me. I didn't have to refine a world like I did now. Zhou Tong began to analyze his current situation. I'm afraid that if I want to bring the chaos verse back with me, I'll have to come up with a way to upgrade the elemental energy within my body to the chaos verse level. Zhou Tong began to come up with a plan. In truth, in a way, the elemental energy within his body was on the same level as the chaos verse. This was because Zhou Tong had mastered both the Autark Omega Dao and the Eternal Omega Dao of all Daos. These two were on the same level as the chaos verse, or perhaps even more powerful. However, the reason why they were inferior to the chaos verse was because they lacked sufficient material foundations. Without sufficient material foundations, so-called levels and insights were nothing more than illusions. Chapter 1366. It seems that only the universes which I personally created or created are qualified to be taken away by the mirror of reincarnation. Zhou Tong now understood many things. Still, first of all, I need to wipe out the Sith. After meditating for a long period of time, Zhou Tong finally rose to his feet and stared towards the sealed Sith headquarters. Come to think of it, I still haven't forged a lifeblood weapon yet. Zhou Tong murmured to himself. His only weapon was his personal sin weapon, the Tribulation Firebow. He had upgraded this weapon to a new level of power long ago, when he had become an Omega Emperor. Sin weapons generally grew through slaughter, but Zhou Tong hadn't killed that many people. Thus, his Tribulation Firebow was merely comparable to a top-grade eternal weapon. It wasn't even comparable to the weapons used by many powerful hegemons. Perfect. I'll use this Sith headquarters to forge a weapon. Zhou Tong looked towards the Sith and said, "Retreat." Instantly, space-time around them began to twist and distort. Just the word retreat caused all of the cultivators who had taken part in the sealing of the Sith headquarters to feel space-time shift around them. In the blink of an eye, they were teleported to a place fairly far away from the Sith headquarters. Even the autarchs stationed, there were no exceptions. All they could do was stare at the Sith headquarters from afar. Although it didn't seem to be very far away, their god sense was no longer able to reach it. It was as though they were standing at the edge of the world. Zhou Tong took a single step forward, arriving at the center of the retreating cultivators. He then stretched out his hand towards the Sith headquarters, clenching his fingers together as his sonorous voice boomed out across the entire battlefield. Whoosh! Void Forge! At the same time, on the Sith side, as soon as the cultivators had retreated, Ayer, who was still within the Sith castle, was alerted. What's going on? Why did all of the cultivators leave in an instant? How did they leave? Why do those space-time ripples feel as though they belong to the eternal Omega space-time Tao? Can it be that an Omega Emperor has appeared in this chaos verse? No, I have to go take a look. Ayer waved his right hand. Alas, nothing happened. What's going on? This. Why can't I tear this space-time apart? Ayer's face sank. Earlier, he had wanted to tear open space-time and enter the outside world to see what was going on. However, the surrounding space-time was incomparably sturdy, rendering him incapable of shaking it at all. Space-time can't be torn apart. Can it be? An extremely terrifying thought flashed through Ayer's mind. There was only one reason for this to happen. This chaos verse had already been refined by someone else, and a Lord of Chaos had appeared in this chaos verse. When he thought of this, Ayer was terrified. He knew he was done for. But at the same time, an unparalleled fury burned in his heart. Damn it, these cultivators are too cunning. They didn't leak any information at all for so many years, and then an ultimate autarch suddenly appeared. Even an ultimate emperor would be easy to deal with, but it just had to be an ultimate autarch. How patient! Ayer's face was completely twisted with rage and terror. Alas, this was his final thought. In an instant, a wave of scorching heat swept through the entire Sith headquarters. The terrifying flames instantly annihilated all living creatures within it. Even ultimate autarch Ayer himself was only able to last a few moments longer than the other autarchs before he was vaporized. Rumble, the power of the scorching flames swept through the chaos verse, causing terrifying heat to spread throughout the chaos verse. All living creatures were instantly transformed into the most primordial energy of the chaos verse. However, this energy didn't immediately return to the prime essences of the chaos verse. Instead, it was intercepted by Zhou Tong within the Sith headquarters. Rumble. All of the cultivators within the chaos verse stared in shock at the scene before them. They saw space-time twist and distort into the shape of a cauldron, and then the scorching flames within the cauldron annihilated everything. Annihilated. The Sith have been completely annihilated. It was just a single blow, but this is the power of a Lord of Chaos. He was able to transform space into a cauldron. The autarch is Omega Tao. Of fire lives up to its reputation. He is simply too powerful. Upon seeing Zhou Tong's actions, all of the autarchs and the emperors who had been stationed here revealed excited looks on their faces. The Sith, which had plagued them for countless years, had finally been wiped out. However, the destruction of the Sith wasn't the end. The cultivators continued to stare at the scene before them in utter shock. They could clearly see the war machines, fortresses, and golems which the Sith had painstakingly created instantly melt into liquid. Countless materials began to be separated from the liquid, then reformed in a mysterious fashion under the control of an invisible hand. A short while later, a golden cauldron appeared in the void. Artificing. This autarch is artificing. Many of the cultivators stared at Zhou Tong in astonishment. This was the first time they had ever seen such a magnificent artificing process. Many of the cultivators who were skilled in the Tao of artificing had looks of awe on their faces. In this instant, Zhou Tong's techniques and artificing techniques had completely surpassed their imaginations. It was simply too marvelous. Can he have become an autarch through the Tao of artificing? In fact, many of the hegemons couldn't help but wonder. The level of artificing which Zhou Tong had just displayed was simply far, far too high. I wonder what level of weapon this autarch will be able to create. Many of the hegemons began to speculate. This was a weapon which had been created using the entire Sith headquarters. It must be understood that Sith weapons were treasures which they could only dream of. How powerful would a weapon which had been created using the entire Sith headquarters be? Time flowed on. 10,000 years went by in a leisurely manner. Zhou Tong sat there in the lotus position within the void of space as he continued to forge artifacts. During this process, he was gaining a deeper understanding of the eternal Omega Tao of artificing, and he was constantly improving and upgrading his artificing techniques. During this period of time, he was constantly analyzing the artificing techniques which the Sith had created. This was the Sith headquarters, after all. Although Zhou Tong had destroyed this place, he had also imprinted all of the formations and artificing techniques of the Sith headquarters into his mind, transforming them into a foundation which he could use to improve his understanding of the Tao of artificing. Finally, after 10,000 years, a golden cauldron flew out from the Sith headquarters and landed next to Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong's palms split open, causing a large amount of blood to flow into the cauldron. After using up half of the blood in his body, the cauldron finally came to a halt. Next, Zhou Tong once more used his own god sense and his autarch Omega Tao of fire to nourish the cauldron. As the nourishment continued, the cauldron slowly began to undergo some strange transformations. A series of phoenix runes began to appear on the surface of the cauldron, and the power of the cauldron continued to rise. The temperature of the flames within the cauldron skyrocketed as countless mysterious flames began to appear within the cauldron. A short while later, the cauldron had surpassed the level of a universe treasure and reached an unprecedented level of power. This was a level of power which had never been seen in the Chaosverse before. Now that the Lifeblood artifact is complete, I'll call you the Tribulation Cauldron. Zhou Tong nodded in satisfaction. Next is the quintessence core within the cauldron. Chapter 1367. Zhou Tong stared into his furnace, only to see that it was filled with an unfathomably vast amount of prime essence energy. This prime essence energy had come from the Sith cultivators who had devoured the prime essences of the desolate chaos verse over the years. Half of the prime essence energy of the desolate chaos verse is in the hands of the various cultivators. Over the course of countless years, the Sith have devoured an enormous amount of prime essence energy from the cultivators of the desolate chaos verse. This amount of prime essence energy has already taken up 10% of the entire chaos verse. As for the Sith, the living beings of the Sith chaos verse who came from the Sith chaos verse were able to absorb 10% of the prime essences of the entire chaos verse. Combined, I now have 20% of the quintessence's worth of matter and energy in this furnace. Zhou Tong willed it, and then, rumble, half of the enormous amount of prime essence energy within the furnace was instantly returned to the prime essences of the chaos verse. Instantly, all of the autarchs could sense that the prime essences of the chaos verse had grown noticeably stronger. After all, this was equivalent to 10% of the prime essences of the desolate chaos verse. I've returned all of the prime essences of this chaos verse to you. Now, I'll gladly accept the remaining prime essences of the Sith's chaos verse. Zhou Tong didn't think too much about it. He immediately fused this energy into his own elemental world. Rumble. As this energy fused into the prime essences, Zhou Tong could instantly sense that the elemental world within his body was beginning to change dramatically. The area where his Tao tree had been hidden away and transformed into something similar to the prime essences of the chaos verse. As for the remaining 10% of the prime essences, it quickly transformed into a miniature chaos verse. Suddenly, Zhou Tong seemed to sense something, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. My mirror of Samsara's brand is actually changing? Zhou Tong stared at the brand of the mirror of samsara within his body. It seemed as though the brand was sending out strands of energy that were fusing into the elemental chaos verse within his body. So this is the reason why I can bring the space back? The mirror of samsara's brand will seep into the dimension I created, which is why I can bring it back. But the chaos verse refined by the outside world doesn't have such a brand, which is why I can't take it away. Zhou Tong instantly understood why he had been unable to take away the desolate chaos verse. As expected, I have to rely on myself for everything. Only what is mine. The desolate chaos verse is nothing more than an external object, Zhou Tong said to himself. At the same time, he began to study the brand of the mirror of cyclic within him. He could sense that the birth of his elemental chaos verse had something to do with it as well. If any other Omega autarch had received 10% of his quintessence, they wouldn't have been able to create a chaos verse like this. When Zhou Tong had killed Ayer, he discovered that the quintessence he'd refined could only be stored outside his body. He couldn't refine it into his own body. Oh, now that I have a chaos verse within me, my body seems to have begun to transform as well. Is this the level of cultivation above the Omega autarch level? Zhou Tong could vaguely sense that he had discovered a brand new path, one that would lead him to the Lord of Chaos. He didn't necessarily need a complete chaos verse. If he was strong enough and refined enough energy and quintessence, he could become a master of chaos verse without relying on the power of the chaos verse. I need to carefully study this path. Who knows, it might be the key to reaching the limit and transcending this world. Zhou Tong calmed his heart and continued to study the brand of the mirror of samsara within him. He knew that the reason he'd been able to discover this path was because of the brand of the mirror of samsara. It hadn't been easy for him to find a path to a higher level. He didn't want to give up just like that. Otherwise, he'd have no choice but to give up his status as a master and return to this world as an ordinary Omega autarch. Zhou Tong spent several chaos cycles trying to understand the mysteries of the mirror of samsara's brand, as well as some of his experiences from other worlds. In the end, he finally made some progress. Although he wasn't able to create a complete path, it should be enough to help him advance. 10% of my quintessence, my elemental chaos verse, should be about 1/10 the size of the desolate chaos verse. Zhou Tong silently compared the quintessence of his chaos verse with the quintessence he'd refined. Where should I go next to find enough power? If I don't use up the original chaos verse, then there's only one place. Zhou Tong turned his gaze towards the infinite void outside of the chaos verse. I've never really paid any attention to the places outside of this world. With but a thought, Zhou Tong immediately took control of the quintessence of his chaos verse, then condensed it into an avatar that had at least 80% of his true body's power. The avatar took a single step forward, leaving the chaos verse and entering the endless infinite void. This place was filled with dazzling light and dazzling light. Space-time and karma were in complete chaos here, and one could even see a series of enormous celestial bodies and strange life forms. However, upon seeing Zhou Tong, those life forms immediately fled in terror. Although this was just an avatar, Zhou Tong still radiated with the aura of an entire chaos verse. This was why Lords of Chaos verses were so terrifying. A single glance from them was enough to wipe out ordinary Omega autarchs. 9 of the largest chaos verses. Aside from my Omega Tao of Fire, there's also this Sith chaos verse. This chaos verse contains the Omega Tao of Yin Yang. Zhou Tong quickly located the 9 most eye-catching chaos verses. Judging from their appearances and auras, it was easy to tell whether or not someone had bound a chaos verse. Zhou Tong's chaos verse was like a dazzling sun, dazzling to behold. The Sith chaos verse, by contrast, was much more low-key. The Tao of Yin Yang gave it a mysterious, unfathomable aura. Still, the Sith chaos verse is quite powerful. Even though I've bound so much of the quintessence of this chaos verse is still slightly stronger than my chaos verse. Zhou couldn't help but sigh. A chaos verse with or without a Lord of Fire would be completely different. Although chaos verses would instinctively devour the energy of the infinite void to strengthen themselves, if they had an Omega Tao as their core, the rate at which they would devour energy would increase exponentially. If an unbound chaos verse was like a dire monster that hadn't gained sentience and could only instinctively devour spiritual energy, then a bound chaos verse would be like a dire monster that had gained sentience and acquired the correct legacy. The difference between the two was enormous. Thus, the chaos verse, which gained a Lord of Fire, would grow far more powerful than the other chaos verses. Thus, the longer a Lord of Fire was born, the more powerful a Lord of Fire would be. Chapter 1368. However, there are many ordinary celestial bodies in the infinite space, and they're hidden in various space-time dimensions. Most importantly, the endless space-time dimensions are changing irregularly at every moment. It's impossible to draw anything like a map. Zhou shook his head. Rewind the past. With a thought, Zhou vision began to rewind, and scenes of the past appeared before him. It didn't take long for the scenes of the past to appear before Zhou eyes, including the origin of the Chaos Verse. In the distant past, there had been a vast continent called the Genesis continent. A consciousness had been born there, and it had become a black-robed emperor who ruled over the entire world and enslaved all cultivators. However, he was only a life form formed from the consciousness of the Genesis continent, and not a cultivator. Thus, he only knew eternal Omega Daos, not autark Omega Daos. Thus, with the birth of an Omega autark, his rule had been in danger. In the end, there had been a great battle. More than 100 Omega autarks had joined forces to set up a grand formation to kill the black-robed emperor. However, the black-robed emperor had naturally refused to give up, and so he detonated the entire Genesis continent, causing an unprecedented mass extinction. He'd taken all of his opponents down with him. After the Genesis continent had exploded, the scattered matter had gradually gathered into the various celestial bodies of the infinite space, as well as the various universes. The ones with the most matter were the 9 chaos verses. After skimming through it, Zhou quickly learned the language of the previous epoch. Then he went back in time again. He wanted to see the 3 ultimate fire Tao sovereigns of the origin continent in the previous epoch. The Tao of Fire had always been a path of many cultivators. Of the 100 or so Omega autarks who'd fought in the last era, 3 of them had cultivated the ultimate Tao of Fire. The ultimate Tao of Fire of these 3 is somewhat different. It's also somewhat different from mine. Zhou carefully studied the past of these 3, carefully studying the differences between their ultimate Tao of Fire and his own. If everyone's eternal ultimate Tao of Fire was the same, then the autark ultimate Tao of Fire was distinctly different. One Tao gave birth to 10,000 Taos, and there would be some differences due to the different forms of Taos. It's a pity that although there are differences, the differences aren't that great. There's only about 20% difference, and it's not very useful for me as a reference. Zhou thought to himself. The infinite space really is a treasure trove. If I rewind the past, I'll be able to see the Tao of those 100 Omega autarks, and I'll be able to take a small step forward. As he spoke, Zhou looked at the infinite chaos verse and continued rewind the infinite space. As Zhou continued to rewind time in the endless space, the Sith Chaos Verse Master of Chaos revealed a look of surprise. It's difficult to find an opportunity to communicate with him. It seems that this Master of the Chaos Verse is an ascetic cultivator. People like him are difficult to deal with, but they're also not difficult to deal with. I hate ascetics the most. The Master of the Sith Chaos Verse, Alpha Primordium, was still having a headache. Cultivators, like the ascetic cultivators, were very stubborn. They would never compromise once they decided on something. That was why they were very difficult to deal with. However, cultivators like them did not like to interact with other cultivators. That was why they were not difficult to deal with. How troublesome. He's rewound the infinite space for so long. Could it be that he wants to completely grasp the cultivation civilization of the previous era and see through everything? Perhaps he wants to see through all the Daos of Omega autarchs? The more Alpha Primordium thought about it, the more he felt that this person was terrifying. After reaching the peak of cultivation, he didn't enjoy himself, nor did he seek revenge for his past grievances. Instead, he continued to pursue the unknown. What was he trying to do? This clearly showed that he had greater ambitions. Forget it. I'll just let him do as he pleases. It's fine as long as he doesn't pay attention to that chaos verse. Alpha Primordium finally looked towards the center of the Genesis continent, where a chaos verse was still slowly taking shape. Alpha Primordium's true body remained within his Sith chaos verse, but he had an incarnation that remained in the infinite space all year round to protect the slowly taking shape chaos verse where the Genesis continent was located. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Tong's incarnation continued to traverse the infinite space. He was both rewinding time and observing the civilizations of the previous era, and at the same time absorbing the energy and matter within the infinite space. When the Genesis continent was destroyed, the remaining matter formed the 9 most powerful chaos verses. What's left isn't enough to form the 10th chaos verse. Rather, it's because the matter is too scattered, and because the 9 most powerful chaos verses are constantly devouring it. That's why the 10th chaos verse has been destroyed. The more Zhou Tong traversed the infinite space, the more he came to understand this point. There were simply too many space-time dimensions hidden within the infinite space. Unless one was like Zhou Tong, searching through them one by one, not even a Lord of Chaos would be able to know everything. It must be understood that prior to the destruction of the Genesis continent, the infinite space had been filled with countless dimensions and miniature chaos verses. The destruction of the Genesis continent didn't necessarily have to do with the miniature chaos verses hidden in other dimensions. When all of these things were added together, however, they were more than enough to form an enormous chaos verse. If my suspicions are correct, then Alpha Primordium probably hasn't been searching for the chaos verse at all. He's probably been waiting for the central chaos verse to take shape this entire time. Zhou Tong mused. Keep searching for matter. Keep collecting energy. Zhou Tong's incarnation returned with a bountiful harvest. After fusing all of the items it had collected into Zhou Tong's elemental dimension, it once more set out and continued to sweep through the infinite space. One chaos cycle after another passed. Finally, after 1,000,000 chaos cycles, Zhou Tong finally came to a halt. Aside from a few fairly obvious chaos verses, most of the matter within the infinite space has already been fused into my true body's elemental dimension. Zhou Tong's true body was seated quietly in the lotus position within the desolate chaos verse. But when he peered into himself, he could see that there was an enormous chaos verse within his body. This chaos verse was already 70% the size of the desolate chaos verse. The remaining 30% is going to fall into the central chaos verse of the Genesis continent. Zhou Tong silently calculated. All I have to do is wait for the right moment to strike. Chapter 1369. Meanwhile, outside the Sith chaos verse, the clone of the Sith Lord of Primordium continued to quietly stand guard atop an enormous boulder. However, one day he suddenly had a thought. It's been a long time since that Autarch Omega's clone has appeared. Has he given up on exploring the infinite void? Or has he discovered some sort of major secret within the infinite void? Has he gone off on his own to meditate? When he thought of this, he couldn't sit still any longer. His enormous god sense began to search through the infinite void, searching for any places Zhou Tong might have gone. There are no secrets. There are no traces of any secrets here. Nothing here. Arbiter had spent 1,000,000 years searching, but he still hadn't discovered any secrets. He stared in the direction of the desolate chaos verse, a frown on his face. What's going on? Has he really given up? Or wait, something's off. I've been searching for so many years, but where are the materials? Why is it that the materials in the celestial bodies of the infinite void have disappeared? Almost instantly, Alpha Primordium understood what was going on. His face darkened. I knew it. I knew this guy wasn't a pushover. He's been preparing to attack the Sith Chaos Verse. That's why he's been preparing for war all these years. Damn. I lost the initiative because I had to protect the central Chaos Verse from forming. Arbiter's heart was filled with the desire to kill. I can't let this continue. If this continues, the Sith Chaos Verse won't be at a complete disadvantage. I have to use some special measures. Arbiter's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared at the clearly visible small and even medium-sized Chaos Verses. You treacherous autarch of the Fire Tao. You intentionally gathered materials and energy from those remote corners of the Chaos Verse, and you didn't even touch those fully formed Chaos Verses in order to numb me. You really are something. The more Arbiter thought about it, the angrier he became. Kid, you're trying to start a war. Since you're so heartless, don't blame me for being heartless. Small and medium-sized Chaos Verses like yours no longer have any meaning in continuing to exist in the infinite void. Times have changed. Ever since the birth of a second Lord of Chaos, the entire infinite void has changed. In the future, there will no longer be peace. In the future, the infinite realms will go to war again. Apart from the giant Chaos Verse, nothing else is worth living. You weaklings have been free and unfettered for so many chaos cycles. It's time for you to perish. As for the other Chaos Verses, we'll have to act before you give birth to a Lord of Chaos. If you want to blame someone, blame that bastard from the ultimate Tao of Fire. Absolute Primordium's eyes flashed with a cold light as he made his move. Finally, after 10,000 chaos cycles, the quintessence of the entire desolate Chaos Verse began to boil once more. Vast amounts of quintessence energy poured madly into a certain direction. The Chaos Verse had finally given birth to its second Omega Autarch, Jining. Jining! Zhou Tong exclaimed after Jining completed his breakthrough. Master, I've finally become an Omega Autarch. Jining's face lit up with joy as he reported the good news to Zhou Tong. I see. Congratulations. However, there's one more thing I need you to do, Zhou Tong said. Master, please instruct me. I'll do it. Jining was unprecedentedly confident. Outside the Chaos Verse, in the infinite realms, Zhou Tong appeared once more. Of the 9 Chaos Verses, the remaining 7 still haven't given birth to a Lord of Chaos. Zhou Tong's gaze swept across the other 7 Chaos Verses. Something's not right. Those Chaos Verses seem to have been weakened. Did Absolute Primordium do it? He actually dared to take the initiative to attack the other giant Chaos Verses? Did he do it to plunder matter and energy to strengthen his Sith Chaos Verse? Zhou Tong stared at the Sith Chaos Verse. However, the Sith Chaos Verse seemed to have been weakened as well. No changes? Does that mean those things have all fallen into the central Chaos Verse? Did Absolute Primordium go crazy? Zhou Tong suddenly turned to look at the place where the Genesis continent had once been. There was a Chaos Verse there, and it was almost fully formed. Zhou Tong had been able to hide this from Absolute Primordium in the beginning. But after 1,000,000 chaos cycles had passed, how could he possibly hide this from him? In truth, after Zhou Tong had stopped, Absolute Primordium had sensed that something was wrong. Thus, he had taken action as well. There was nothing he could do about it. If he waited until Zhou Tong had finished plundering all of the Chaos Verse, the central Chaos Verse where the Genesis continent had been would have no more nourishment. Thus, Absolute Primordium had taken action as well. Even more viciously, he had destroyed all of the miniature and medium-sized Chaos Verses that had given birth to countless living creatures, using them as nourishment to hasten the formation of the central Chaos Verse. In fact, he had even secretly attacked the other giant Chaos Verses, plundering a portion of their quintessence and matter to strengthen his central Chaos Verse. Thus, after so many years, the central Chaos Verse had more or less taken shape. By now, it was roughly a third of the size of a giant Chaos Verse. However, Zhou Tong was heading straight for the central Chaos Verse. With a single step, he arrived next to the central chaos verse. The instant Zhou Tong arrived, an azure-robed oxhorn man suddenly appeared next to the central chaos verse. The second Lord of Chaos to have been born in the endless space. The azure-robed oxhorn man smiled as he looked at Zhou Tong. It's been so long, but this is the first time we've formally met. I am the Lord of the Sith Chaos Verse, Absolute Primordium. I am the Lord of the Desolate Chaos Verse, Tribulation Flame. Zhou Tong turned to look at Absolute Primordium. Tribulation Flame. Since you've come here, you must have come for the final Chaos Verse, right? Let me tell you, that's impossible. You've been gathering so much matter from the endless space behind my back. What exactly are you planning? Absolute Primordium didn't beat around the bush. What am I planning? You're the only one who's allowed to attack our Chaos Verse, but I'm not allowed to ruin your plans? Zhou Tong chuckled, and then a golden furnace appeared in his palm. This was Zhou Tong's life-bound weapon, the Tribulation Flame Divine Furnace. Its power was boundless, and now that it was fully unleashed, its terrifying power instantly illuminated the entire endless space. No, there's something wrong with your power. You're not an avatar, but your true body. Absolute Primordium looked at Zhou Tong in horror. The moment he saw Zhou Tong erupt, he realized that the person in front of him was definitely Zhou Tong's true body, and definitely not an avatar like him. Damn it, you actually came with your true body. Aren't you afraid of dying here? Absolute Primordium looked at Zhou Tong in shock. He wanted to protect the central Chaos Verse, but how could an avatar be a match for Zhou Tong's true body? In just an instant, he was sent flying by the scorching flames. Then, the terrifying divine power of the Tribulation Flame, Divine Furnace instantly tore apart the entire Chaos Verse. Although the Chaos Verse was almost complete, it was still fundamentally incomplete. How could it possibly withstand a full-powered attack from a Lord of Chaos? The flames pierced through the incomplete Chaos Verse origin, causing the entire Chaos Verse to collapse. Chapter 1370. No. Seeing the universe he had waited for countless chaos cycles for to be destroyed, Alpha Primordium's avatar bellowed in agony. An eye for an eye. This is the price you have to pay for invading our universe. Zhou Tong waved his hand, and all the matter in the collapsing universe swarmed towards Zhou Tong. Oomph. Even if this universe collapses, don't even think about taking it away. A roar came from the Sith Chaos Verse. Alpha Primordium's main body moved as well. He wanted to compete with Zhou Tong for the remaining matter. He had spent countless years to condense this central Chaos Verse, and it was the result of countless years of waiting. Now that it was collapsing, he absolutely didn't want an outsider to take advantage of it. Most importantly, this Chaos Verse contained far too much energy and matter. If the Desolation Chaos Verse were to acquire it, it would most likely surpass his Sith Chaos Verse by a large margin. When that happened, his own Chaos Verse would be in danger of being counterattacked. Compete with me? Let's see if you have the courage to do so. Zhou Tong chuckled as he watched Alpha Primordium's main body take a step forward and leave the Chaos Verse. Rumble. At this moment, the desolate Chaos Verse that was as dazzling as the sun suddenly underwent a drastic change. The change was so intense that even Alpha Primordium was dumbstruck. In Alpha Primordium's eyes, the Chaos Verse that was as perfect as the sun rapidly dimmed, as though it had returned to its original state. But then, a terrifying power suddenly erupted from the Chaos Verse. This was the aura of the supreme, ultimate Sword Dao. Fierce sword intent crisscrossed the Chaos Verse, and the entire Chaos Verse was refined by someone else in an instant. Moreover, it was refined using the method of Sword Dao. You actually withdrew your supreme, ultimate Fire Dao and gave the Chaos Verse to someone else? You abandoned your status as the master of the Chaos Verse? You actually dared to. Alpha Primordium was stunned. The scene before him was simply too shocking. A master was actually willing to give up a Chaos Verse? This was simply a fantasy. Clang! At this moment, a fierce sword light erupted from the desolate Chaos Verse, pointing straight at the Sith Chaos Verse with great momentum. Not good. Genesis, who had already stepped out of his Chaos Verse, immediately retreated. He no longer cared about the wreckage of the central Chaos Verse. He needed to guard his own Chaos Verse. Otherwise, it was very likely that the new master of the desolate Chaos Verse would take advantage of the situation and invade. If his Sith Chaos Verse was seriously damaged, it wouldn't matter even if he managed to get his hands on the wreckage. Rumble. In this moment, the Sith Chaos Verse and the Desolation Chaos Verse were at loggerheads. On one side was the oldest controller of the chaotic universe, who had lived since the previous era. On the other side was a newly ascended controller of the chaotic universe, a controller of the Sword Tao and the Tao of Slaughter. Neither was willing to give an inch. The terrifying aura of the supreme ultimate Tao covered the sky and covered the earth. The divine might was vast and mighty, and it spread out in all directions. Zhou Tong, on the other hand, continued to devour the remains of the entire central Chaos Verse at a leisurely pace. You planned this all along. Genesis' avatar didn't return. Instead, he glared hatefully at Zhou Tong. That's right. I could have done it long ago, but I needed someone to help me. Fortunately, my disciple broke through to the Omega Autarch level not too long ago. After waiting for so long, the time has finally come. Zhou Tong smiled. Help you? You're playing with fire. Be careful not to burn yourself. Genesis' avatar snorted coldly. Burn myself? Ha! No one knows fire better than I do. Zhou Tong couldn't help but laugh. You extracted your supreme, ultimate Tao and gave the Chaos Verse to your disciple. You're no longer a controller of the Chaos Verse. A mere Omega Autarch can be destroyed with a flick of your finger, Genesis' avatar said coldly. Then why don't you try? Zhou Tong suddenly looked at Tai Chu's incarnation, and a terrifying divine might erupted from him, suppressing Tai Chu in an instant. Thump, thump, thump. Genesis' avatar suddenly retreated a dozen or so steps, each step taking him 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers away. Only when he was near the Sith Chaos Verse did he suddenly raise his head, staring at Zhou Tong with a terrifying gaze. How is this possible? You can actually unleash the power of a controller of the Chaos Verse. Genesis stared at Zhou Tong. Can it be that you've refined other Chaos Verses? Impossible. The other Chaos Verses don't show any signs of being refined. You definitely aren't a controller of the Chaos Verse. Genesis' heart was in complete chaos. He didn't even know what he was saying anymore. He repeatedly tried to guess the reason for this, but he repeatedly denied it. In the end, he seemed to think of something inconceivable. He stared at Zhou Tong in astonishment. Can it be that a controller of the Chaos Verse can be reached without relying on the Chaos Verse itself? No. Zhou Tong looked at Genesis with a smile. By now, he had completely absorbed the remains of the Sith Chaos Verse. In the entire endless space, there was nothing but the 9 Chaos Verses. Everything else was gathered in Zhou Tong's elemental energy space, forming a primal Chaos Verse that belonged solely to him. An inner verse? But this path has already been rejected. The ultimate space-time autarch of the previous era rejected this path. How did you cultivate it? Even an ultimate autarch as inner verse shouldn't be able to reach the level of a Chaos Verse. Genesis seemed to be certain of Zhou Tong's path and continued to ask questions. Because there's an essential difference between you and me. I'm special. After saying this, Zhou Tong retreated to the edge of the desolate Chaos Verse. This time, he didn't enter the desolate Chaos Verse because the primal Chaos Verse within him had already taken shape. If he entered now, he would have to suppress it with all his strength. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to 2 Chaos Verses going to war. At this time, a person flew out of the desolate Chaos Verse. It was Ji Ning. Master, are you really going to leave? Ji Ning looked at Zhou Tong, somewhat reluctant to part. I am different from you. I wholeheartedly pursue supremacy. Becoming a controller of the Chaos Verse isn't the end. I feel that there is an even higher level. From now on, I will leave the matter of protecting the chaos verse to you. Zhou Tong patted Jin Ning on the shoulder, then turned and fled into the endless space. After putting some distance between Ning and primogenitor, Zhou Tong glanced towards the desolate chaos verse. He murmured softly, "Time to go back. As for whether or not we'll meet again in the future, that'll depend on fate." He activated the mirror of reincarnation brand within him and then disappeared into the endless space. Chapter 1371. Heaven Shrouding World, Divine Realm, Under the World Tree. Zhou Tong quietly sat here, comprehending the endless great Tao and the heavenly horned ant's true fate within his body. Ever since the immortal phoenix's true fate was sent out, it had already been 100,000 years. During these 100,000 years, Zhou Tong already gradually absorbed the great Tao insights the heavenly horned ant's true fate brought back. Sigh, it still isn't enough. The heavenly horned ant's true fate is too powerful. I can't find a way to turn it into a sixth secret realm at all. Zhou Tong suddenly released a sigh, opening his eyes. His eyes were who knew how many times deeper than 100,000 years ago, his divine force and cultivation even more so many times more powerful. The heavenly horned ant's true fate was a half-immortal emperor-level existence. The Tao it carried was naturally not a small matter, definitely not something immortal kings could casually comprehend. If it wasn't for Zhou Tong being one with the heavenly horned ant's true fate, there was no way he could completely comprehend all of this in just a few 100,000 years of time. If it was other immortal kings, they might not be able to completely comprehend it even after 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 years. However, even if he completely comprehended those Tao, it would still be difficult for him to turn the heavenly horned ant's true fate into one of his own 6 secret realms. It was because this true fate really was too powerful. Who knew how many times more powerful than Zhou Tong's original body? At this level, if he wanted to completely turn it into a 6th secret realm, it was no different from a snake devouring an elephant, the difficulty just too great. The heavenly horned ant's true fate is stuck. It is also difficult for the divine patterns tangled together in my body to improve. Zhou Tong examined himself. Countless divine patterns similar to those produced by the heaven shrouding technique appeared in his sea of reincarnation. However, the number and strength of these divine patterns had long reached the limit 100,000 years ago. Later on, they didn't improve in the slightest. Of course, once he used these divine patterns, Zhou Tong's strength could completely increase by a level in a short amount of time. By using these divine patterns, Zhou Tong had confidence that without the heavenly horned ant's true fate interfering, he could rely on his own strength to last for 15 minutes in front of a half-immortal emperor without being defeated. A single heavenly horned ant's true fate is already so troublesome. The other true fates that return might be even more troublesome. For example, my immortal phoenix true fate. Every time Zhou Tong thought about the immortal phoenix true fate, his mind couldn't help but jump. He always felt like if the immortal phoenix true fate returned, it might be even more terrifying than his own heavenly horned ant true fate. My immortal phoenix true fate won't return until I become an immortal emperor, right? Zhou Tong couldn't help but shiver. If that was the case, then it would be even harder for that true fate to become his 6th secret realm. Sigh. Thinking of this, Zhou Tong also felt a headache coming on. What's wrong? What happened? Yin Ruyu, who was sitting not far from Zhou Tong, asked. In these 100,000 years, this was the first time she had seen Zhou Tong move. This also indicated that he had come out of seclusion. But after coming out of seclusion, she first sighed. What was going on? It's nothing. I'm just lamenting the difficulty of the road ahead. My 100,000 years of bitter cultivation have come to an end. There's no point in continuing to sit here, Zhou Tong said softly. The difficulty of the road ahead. Yin Ruyu nodded. She also felt the difficulty of the road ahead. Ever since she became a secular immortal, She had been in seclusion here for hundreds of thousands of years to comprehend the trajectory of the universe's Daos and the various mysterious Daos and techniques left behind by Zhoutong. However, her progress was not fast. She didn't know when she would be able to comprehend the sixth secret realm and become a true immortal king. If she couldn't comprehend the mysteries of the sixth secret realm, she could only rely on time to slowly improve. Maybe I'll become an immortal king after Rui. Yin Ryu was also a little helpless. Zhoutong was the third son of Yin Ryu and Zhoutong. It was also very likely that he would be their last child. This was because when Zhou Rui was born, Zhoutong was already an immortal king who was infinitely close to becoming an immortal emperor. Yin Ryu was also a quasi-immortal king at that time. With their cultivation level at that time, it was already very surprising that they could give birth to a child like Zhou Rui. In the future, as their cultivation level increased, it was very unlikely that they would give birth to a new descendant. However, it was also because of this that this last child's talent was too high. He had the supreme physique and was born with the supreme Tao fruit. Only a few years had passed, and his cultivation level was already infinitely close to becoming a secular immortal. Who knew when he would break through? Therefore, Yin Ryu felt that she might become an immortal king after Zhou Rui. Zhoutong also looked at his youngest son, who was sitting cross-legged on the other side of the world tree. The supreme physique has undergone nirvana. It has undergone nirvana once. Zhoutong saw through his path with a single glance. Although the supreme physique's nirvana was dangerous, it was indeed an unparalleled longevity method. As long as one could survive it, they would directly obtain an immortal grade Tao fruit in their second life. This was especially true for Zhou Rui. His Tao fruit in his first life was at the peak of a great emperor. After undergoing nirvana, his Tao fruit in his second life was close to that of a secular immortal. It was at least at the level of a great emperor of 5 or 6 lives. Who knew how many lives he had saved by undergoing nirvana? Therefore, at such a young age, he was infinitely close to becoming a secular immortal and could break through at any time. Don't think too much. The more anxious you are, the harder it will be for you to break through. Let's go out and travel together. Perhaps the opportunity for us to break through is not among the countless divine abilities. Perhaps it is in the mortal world, Zhoutong said. Speaking of which, ever since the universe leveled up, we haven't seen this gorgeous and mysterious universe together. Okay. Yin Ryu nodded with a smile on her face. Although they had been together for so many years, they rarely went out. Apart from cultivation, they spent most of their time doing their own things, not to mention traveling together like this. After making the decision, Zhoutong and Yin Ryu immediately left the divine realm. They turned into the most ordinary couple and traveled together in the mortal world. They traveled from one place to another and traveled for many years. Of the two of them, one was immortal King Di Guang, who was infinitely close to becoming a quasi-immortal emperor, and the other was a secular immortal. Both of them were immortals, and time could hardly leave a mark on them. The mortal world was filled with all kinds of phenomena and the various forms of life. The two of them traveled all over the world. Along the way, the two of them rarely used any divine abilities or discussed Tao. Most of the time, they just supported each other like ordinary mortals and comprehended the various forms of life in the mortal world. The two of them had been ordinary villagers in the countryside, farming, fishing, and raising chickens. The two of them had also been ordinary peddlers in the ordinary world, doing business all over the world. The two of them had even been ordinary workers in an ordinary city. Occasionally, when they were touched by the mortal world and were inspired, they would directly record it in some places nearby and engrave their imprints, which could be considered as leaving a bit of fortune for the future generations. The two of them left their traces in the heavenly reaching, eternal, and crepe myrtle star domains. The continents of the divine silkworm clan, the heavenly court, and the tyrant body clan also left their traces. Chapter 1372. Zhoutong and Yin Ryu had been traveling in the mortal world for tens of thousands of years. And on this day, their travels were interrupted Rumble. Endless great Tao runes descended from all directions in this universe. This change instantly alarmed the entire universe. Zhou Tong and Yin Ruyu couldn't help but look into the void of the universe. Endless great Tao runes descended on a figure in the universe. Countless terrifying tribulations descended at the same time, and countless laws of heaven and earth judged that figure together. Immortal King Tribulation? Who is it? Yenryu looked at the terrifying figure in shock. The light that belonged to an immortal king illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It was a mysterious figure. Above his head was a blinding light that illuminated the universe, and above that light was a large bell. It vibrated slowly, and the sound waves swept through the 9 heavens and the 10 earths. Noshur has finally broken through to the immortal king realm. He has already found his own 6th secret realm. With such a breakthrough, he should be considered an immortal king realm giant. Zhou Tong looked at the figure in the universe and said softly, "If one only relied on their own foundation and spent hundreds of thousands of years slowly grinding to the immortal king realm, they would only be considered a peak immortal king, just like when Huang Tian Emperor returned to the immortal realm. However, if they spent hundreds of thousands of years and still found their own 6th secret realm, they would be an immortal king realm giant." Rumble. The immortal king tribulation descended, but Noshur had already found his own 6th secret realm, and his strength had reached the level of an immortal king realm giant. The power of the immortal king tribulation could no longer do anything to him. In the heavenly court, Yifan also looked in the direction of Noshur's tribulation with a trace of admiration in his eyes. Emperor Noshur has finally succeeded. He is indeed the first one to discover the 6th secret realm. However, I will be there soon. With this thought, Yifan closed his eyes again and quietly comprehended the great Tao. There is one more immortal king in our universe, Emperor Qing said as he looked at Noshur's figure. He had reached this level long ago. His cultivation method of the inner world system was already different from the heaven shrouding technique. It wouldn't trigger the immortal king tribulation. Last time, in the battle against the other side, his gains were just too great. Taoist Wu Shi is truly amazing, the God Emperor exclaimed as he looked at Wu Shi, who was deep in the universe. The time it took for Wu Shi to reach the immortal king stage was much shorter than his. All the cultivators in the 9 heavens and 10 lands were shocked to see boundless tribulation, especially those who had once followed boundless great emperor. They were ecstatic. At this moment, the immortal king tribulation was still ongoing. The test of the physical body was soon over, and the next test was the primordial spirit. Endless laws turned into rays of blinding light that pierced his head, and at the same time, the 6th secret realm above his head. Wong. Almost in an instant, the vast river of time surged and roared, circling around the 6th secret realm above Noshur's head. There was no beginning and no end, making him almost invulnerable. So this is Noshur's 6th secret realm. It's really similar to Heavenly Emperor Huang's all-seeing God. It's also similar to the golden pill nascent soul system that I taught before, but it's also clearly different. Zhou Tong looked at Noshur's tribulation from afar and analyzed his 6th secret realm. A few days later, the monstrous waves finally disappeared. Noshur had successfully passed the tribulation and became the new immortal king of this realm. Another immortal king has been born. This realm has improved, Zhou Tong said softly. At the same time, he looked at his own divine realm and the world tree. After Noshur had successfully passed the tribulation, all the Daos in the universe rumbled. The immortal king's legacy was returned to the world. The most obvious change was that more than 10 fruits had appeared on the world tree. The world tree was Zhou Tong's ultimate treasure to help this realm recover. It was also something that Zhou Tong used to further restrict the living beings in this realm. It would absorb the excess immortal matter in the universe and turn them into fruits similar to the immortal divine medicine. I'll let Noshur handle these fruits himself. With a thought, Zhou Tong made the dozen or so fruits on the world tree turn into streams of light and fly in the direction of no beginning. Immortal King. Yin Ryu looked at No sure enviously. Don't worry, you'll find a sixth secret realm soon and become an immortal king, Zhou Tong comforted. Boom! However, as soon as Zhou Tong's voice fell, large swathes of immortal light suddenly appeared in the entire universe, causing the various star regions and even the continents to dim. Immortal ascension light? And there are two of them? Two people have become immortals at the same time? Yin Ryu was stunned. Then, she looked at the void of the universe in shock. There were two more figures there. One of them was covered in golden light, like a scorching sun. The other was covered in an extremely cold aura that seemed to be able to freeze everything. The Lunar Human Emperor and the Solar Emperor have finally become immortals, Zhou Tong said. It had been countless years since he had resurrected the two human emperors. He had organized many immortal techniques for the two human emperors to study. Now he had finally succeeded. Holy Emperor of the Sun and Human Emperor of the Moon. Yin Ryu nodded. She also knew about the two human emperors. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, the two human emperors often came to the deity plane to comprehend the great path under the Tree of World. She also knew that the two human emperors had agreed to be the guardians of this realm a long time ago. It was very likely that they would cultivate under the world tree in the divine realm and protect it in the future. Two human emperors becoming immortals at the same time. It's quite a story, Zhou Tong said at last. The Immortal Ascension Tribulation was much shorter than the Immortal King Tribulation. The two human emperors passed the Immortal Ascension Tribulation in the end and floated away with the immortal light. Boom! However, not long after the two human emperors' Immortal Ascension Tribulation dissipated, another beam of immortal light covered the sky and earth. A terrifying aura spread throughout the entire universe. The third person to become immortal is Rui. He broke through at this time too. Yin Ryu was surprised to find that the third person to become immortal was her son. 3 people become immortals in a day. Not long ago, No Sure even became an immortal king. The entire universe is finally beginning to recover. Zhou Tong's gaze swept across the entire universe. He had already seen many people who had been cultivating in secret. These people were all people who had achieved Tao in the past hundreds of thousands of years. To be able to attain Tao in this golden era, they had relied on themselves to live a second life. Since they could live a second life, there was a high chance that they could live a third life, a fourth life, and finally embark on the path of immortals in a mortal world. The strength of a universe was not only determined by the number of immortal kings, but also the number of true immortals. The current 9 heavens 10 earths was gradually recovering the glory of the immortal ancient era. However, he was also a little worried because it was often the time when geniuses appeared in large numbers and countless people took a step forward. It was the time when the Great Tribulation was about to descend. The Great Tribulation is about to descend. The Great Tribulation is about to arrive. The previous otherworld was only a prelude to the battle. Now, those strange and ominous things will soon sweep through the Great Tribulation again. Zhou Tong secretly sighed in his heart. The good days were numbered. What followed next might be the most tragic period of his life. But my strength is still not enough. I need to be at least an immortal emperor to have a chance of controlling my own fate. I need to be at least an immortal emperor to have a chance of fighting. Zhou Tong thought to himself. At this moment, Zhou Tong's expression changed slightly. He felt his reincarnation mirror glowing as if a huge monster was approaching. My immortal phoenix true fate has returned. Chapter 1373. It really is the return of the immortal phoenix true fate. Zhou Tong looked at the terrifying radiance on the reincarnation mirror. This was an unprecedented radiance, even more shocking than when the heavenly horned ant true fate entered. Damn, it can't really be an immortal emperor, right? Zhou Tong was a bit bewildered. Last time, The return of the heavenly horned ant true fate already made him feel incomparably uncomfortable, to the extent where his 10 heavenly passage divine ring almost collapsed. Now, if the immortal phoenix true fate was even stronger, wouldn't his 10 heavenly passage divine ring have a chance of collapsing again? But no matter what, it was already impossible to stop it now. On the reincarnation mirror, Jotong's immortal phoenix true fate spread its wings and flew. It didn't even appear, yet Jotong could already feel an incomparably scorching flame aura. The immortal phoenix true fate was just like Jotong's previous setup, walking the path of fire. Now, it finally returned, moreover bringing back an incomparably terrifying Tao fruit. One long. Finally, the reincarnation mirror shook slightly, and the immortal phoenix true fate accurately returned to Jotong's 10 heavenly passage divine ring. However, this time, the 10 heavenly passage divine ring wasn't as unbearable as Jotong had expected. Instead, it wasn't affected in the slightest, as if what returned was just a very ordinary creature. My immortal phoenix true fate didn't bring back a universe as a local product? Jotong was also a bit surprised, but soon after, he knew that he was wrong. As soon as the immortal phoenix true fate returned, he immediately sat down and suppressed his body with all of his strength. I knew it. Turns out it still brought back a universe. However, for the immortal phoenix true fate to suppress it with all of its strength, this universe isn't small. Jotong immediately used his own divine sense to connect with the immortal phoenix true fate. Immediately, an enormous amount of memories and information poured into Jotong's primordial spirit. The amount of information was simply inconceivable, countless times greater than the information of any true fate's return in the past. It was to the extent where, under the impact of this information, Jotong's mind went blank, as if it was going to crash. To be able to make an existence infinitely close to a half-immortal emperor so shocked, one could see how terrifying this piece of information was. In particular, this information was mixed with endless comprehension of the great Tao. This comprehension of the great Tao allowed Jotong to instantly make up for some of his shortcomings. This sort of understanding of the great Tao, is it the eternal Omega Life Tao? The eternal ultimate Tao of destruction? Eternal Omega Sword Tao? Eternal Omega Yin Yang Tao? Damn, 100 eternal Omega Taos in a row. The desolate era. Jotong instantly realized where his immortal phoenix fate had gone. So it's that world. For so many eternal Omega Taos to be transmitted over at once, it must be an Omega autarch. Does that mean my immortal phoenix fate brought back an entire chaos verse? Jotong looked at the immortal phoenix true fate in shock. He could already feel the universe within the immortal phoenix true fate. If it wasn't for the suppression of the immortal phoenix true fate, the entire 10 heavenly paradise divine ring might have collapsed once again. However, it's still alright this time. The immortal phoenix true fate still has the power to suppress this universe, so the 10 heavenly paradise divine ring isn't damaged. Seems like it shouldn't be too difficult to merge this universe into the 10 heavenly paradise divine ring this time. From the suppression of the universe, it could be seen that the immortal phoenix true fate was probably a step further than the heavenly horned ant true fate. However, as to what extent it was a step further, Jotong didn't know too much. What he could be sure of now was that the heavenly horned ant true fate should be a half-immortal emperor, and it was extremely likely that it was on par with the world eradication elder, the kind of half-immortal emperor that had undergone a transformation. If the immortal phoenix true fate was a step further on this foundation, then it might be the kind of half-immortal emperor that had created an immortal emperor technique and undergone a second transformation. This kind of half-immortal emperor could occasionally erupt with true immortal emperor might. However, regardless of whether it's a half-immortal emperor or an immortal emperor, I should first digest those eternal Omega Taos. Jotong didn't think too much. He immediately sat down cross-legged and his entire being was instantly immersed in those eternal Omega Daos. Is this an epiphany or something? After several people became immortals in succession, he gained an epiphany? On the side, Yenryu didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she saw Zhou Tong suddenly sit down cross-legged. However, her reaction was also fast. With a wave of her hand, a set of formation restrictions immediately appeared, completely enveloping the space the two of them were in, isolating them from the outside world. Meanwhile, a moment after Yenryu took action to isolate them, one long, wisps of Tao sounds gradually sounded from Zhou Tong's body. His body couldn't help but shine. His entire being was like a bright sun, radiant and dazzling. This immortal light feels like a very special path. Yenryu carefully observed the changes on Zhou Tong's body. Wisps of comprehension vaguely appeared, but she still couldn't grasp it. Zhou Tong had spent a total of 20,000 years in seclusion this time before he finally opened his eyes once more. Just 100 eternal Omega Daos of Omega Emperors took me 20,000 years to fully comprehend them. The Daos of the Desolate Era truly are boundlessly profound. No wonder the cultivators of that world would spend chaos cycles in seclusion. Zhou Tong mused to himself. If even eternal Omega Daos are like this, then what are the even more terrifying autark Omega Daos like? Are they on the level of immortal Emperor Arts? Or are they close to the level of immortal Emperor Arts? Zhou Tong was still pondering the power of those 100 eternal Omega Daos. However, that was just eternal Omega Daos. 20,000 years of meditation wasn't enough to cause Zhou Tong to undergo any qualitative changes, because this wasn't his own Tao. These eternal Omega Daos could only serve as a reference. It's a pity that if I want to improve, I'll still have to rely on my various true fates. Without fusing with a brand new true fate, it's virtually impossible for any qualitative changes to occur. Zhou Tong felt rather regretful. At his current level of cultivation, he could only advance on his own Tao if he wanted to improve. The other Daos could only serve as references and support at most. "You're awake?" Yenryu asked when she saw Zhou Tong open his eyes. "I'm awake." Zhou Tong nodded. "I've troubled you during this period of time. However, I had a sudden feeling that I might need to enter seclusion for a period of time. Let's go home." "All right, I'll come with you." Your Tao just now gave me a rather profound feeling. It seemed to give me a vague sense of touch. Yenryu looked at Zhou Tong. "Touch? Could it be the sixth secret realm? You've comprehended the sixth secret realm for my Tao just now." Zhou Tong was rather surprised. Could it be that the Desolate Era's cultivation system was Yenryu's future Tao path? "I'm not sure either. Tell me about it when we get back. Perhaps I'll understand." Yenryu looked at Zhou Tong. "All right, let's go back right now." Chapter 1374. Zhou Tong brought Yenryu back to the realm of the gods and returned to the world tree. Looking at Yenryu's impatient expression, Zhou Tong smiled and said, "Don't be impatient. Wait for Rui to come with you. He's also immortal now, so perhaps these things will have some effect on him." Yenryu nodded and quietly waited for her son to come back. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong sat down quietly and carefully looked at his 10 heavens divine ring. During the 20,000 years he had been in seclusion, the entire 10 heavens divine ring had undergone tremendous changes. These changes were beyond Zhou Tong's expectations. The most obvious feature was that the space and environment within the 10 heavens divine ring had almost doubled. He looked at the 10 heavens divine ring in front of him in a daze. He felt that his 10 heavens divine ring was no longer an ordinary world, but a heaven. Previously, he thought that his 10 heavens divine ring had already surpassed the celestial realm. There were many continents, and between the continents was the vast and boundless universe sea. But now, the continents and the universe sea were just huge bubbles. The entire 10 heavens divine ring had already turned into a large expanse of primal chaos. Endless primal chaos filled the air and turned into a sea of primal chaos. Meanwhile, The terrifying worlds formed by the continents and the universe sea were just bubbles floating in the primal chaos. Heavens, it's only been 20,000 years. The entire 10 heavens divine ring actually turned into something like this. Zhou Tong was extremely shocked. During the 20,000 years he had been in seclusion, the entire 10 heavens divine ring had already undergone such changes. It was originally a super realm that far surpassed the celestial realm, but now it had turned into a myriad of worlds? No, it can't be. In just 20,000 years, the flow of time within the 10 heavens divine ring has changed. My immortal phoenix true fate and heavenly hornet true fate are accelerating time at the same time. The flow of time within the 10 heavens divine ring is 1,000 times faster than the outside world. Only 20,000 years have passed in the outside world, but this place has already experienced 20 million years of construction. No wonder it has changed so much. With this thought in mind, Zhou Tong subconsciously looked at the world tree inside his 10 paradise ring. This tree was the most important thing in his 10 paradise ring. However, when he looked at it, he was shocked. The world tree in front of him had become somewhat unrecognizable. The original world tree was the immortal divine medicine, the Fusong divine tree. It was also the world tree born in the ancient chaos era of the shrouded heaven world. It was also the sun treasure tree left behind by the ancestor of the Golden Crow clan. The entire tree emitted a sun-like radiance with boundless solar immortal energy. This was the most brilliant divine tree. It was to the extent where the world tree in the past even carried the heavenly horned ant's true fate from the coiling dragon world, the lowest of the 3 layers of the universe. The millions of universes at the bottom merged with the leaves of the world tree. At that time, the world tree was already able to breed the golden crow, a species that was infinitely close to the ferocious 10. But now, the aura of the entire tree was somewhat unrecognizable to Zhou Tong. Although this tree was still incomparably hot, the aura it emitted was no longer the sun-like aura from before. Instead, it emitted an all-encompassing and terrifying aura. The most important thing was that the universes on each leaf had disappeared. Instead, they were replaced by oceans of different shapes and filled with endless power. This aura, the world tree's aura, has transformed once again. The entire tree is emitting a supreme and perfect aura. That is the aura of the eternal ultimate Tao, and the oceans on the leaves. That aura should be the desolate era world, the aura of the origin of the chaotic universe. Zhou Tong was very shocked. He didn't expect the immortal phoenix true fate to have done so many things in the 10 paradise ring while he was in seclusion. I'd better ask the immortal phoenix true fate for the specifics. Zhou Tong's consciousness instantly communicated with his immortal phoenix true fate and understood everything. 20,000 years in the outside world was 20 million years in the 10 paradise ring. During these 20 million years of time, the immortal phoenix true mandate and heavenly hornet true mandate split the great world within the 10 heavenly passage divine ring into several tens of millions of pieces. Moreover, the universes on the world tree leaf were also split apart. Afterwards, the brand new world had merged with the chaotic universe brought back by the immortal phoenix true fate. The tens of millions of universes had also merged with the billions of worlds in the chaotic universe, causing the size of each world to not be inferior to the original 10 paradise ring. In the end, this scene of tens of thousands of worlds was formed. As for the world tree, the immortal phoenix true fate had perfectly merged the origin of the chaotic universe into the world tree. The various origins that originally belonged to the chaotic universe, such as the Fire Tao origin, Sword Tao origin, Void origin, Time origin, Light origin, Darkness origin, and so on, had all merged with the world tree's leaf. Now, the entire world tree had become an amalgamation of the myriad laws of the universe, as well as the place where the myriad laws of the universe converged. Right now, the world tree probably doesn't just nurture the golden crow. It can even easily nurture all the creatures in my 10 paradise ring. Zhou Tong clearly saw creatures being born on those leaves. Those were the origins of the entire 10 paradise ring that were nurturing life. He could see the golden crow and phoenix being nurtured in the fire Tao origin, the thunder emperor and thunder spirit being nurtured in the thunder Tao origin, the Kuan Peng being nurtured in the yin yang origin, and the nine-leaf sword grass being nurtured in the sword Tao origin, the vicious 10, and even the countless extinct creatures in the immortal ancient and chaotic ancient, as well as the surviving creatures, had all begun to be reborn in the 10 paradise ring. There were quite a few of them. Moreover, because of the nurturing of these extremely powerful origins, the first batch of creatures that were born were at the level of immortal kings. It's not just the world tree that's changing. The 12 artifacts that I had previously merged with the entire world and refined with the black and yellow chi should have also undergone some changes. Previously, they were already immortal king artifacts. Now that the entire world has been upgraded to such a level, my 12 artifacts shouldn't have become quasi-immortal emperor artifacts, right? Zhou Tong's heart suddenly tightened. He immediately looked at his 12 artifacts. Now, the positions of the 12 artifacts had also undergone some changes. The 3 black and yellow bells that suppressed the long river of time remained unchanged, but the other 9 artifacts had undergone some changes. The 4 black and yellow tablets had been placed at the edge of the entire world, causing the edge of the entire world to exhibit the characteristics of convergence and infinity, like the edge of the desolate, chaotic universe. The 3 black and yellow cauldrons were used to suppress the chaotic sea. The 2 black and yellow pagodas were placed near the world tree to protect it. Most importantly, these 12 artifacts were really quasi-immortal emperor artifacts. Chapter 1375. Is it really a quasi-immortal emperor weapon? My Tao proving weapon isn't even a quasi-immortal emperor weapon, but the 12 weapons in the 10 heavens divine ring are quasi-immortal emperor weapons? Zhou Tong was speechless. He had only been in seclusion for 20,000 years. He didn't expect his 10 heavens divine ring to have undergone such a huge change. Oh, but the 10 heavens divine ring's time acceleration function is already so powerful. Maybe my Tao comprehension time can also be sped up. Zhou Tong suddenly thought a problem. Maybe his cultivation could be sped up. However, many of the rules and orders in the 10 heavens divine ring come from the myriad worlds. They are slightly different from the rules and orders in the outside world. When I really comprehend Tao, I can't just copy them. I still need to verify them with the outside world. If that's the case, it won't be 1,000 times faster, but 10 times shouldn't be a problem. The more Zhou Tong looked at the changes in the 10 heavens divine ring, the more excited he became. The 10 heavens divine ring had unknowingly become so powerful. Logically speaking, if the power of the 10 heavens divine ring was reflected back to the body, it should also become stronger. With such a powerful origin, such a powerful 10 heavens divine ring, I should be able to obtain great benefits. As long as I can digest the great Taos brought back by the immortal phoenix life, becoming a quasi-immortal emperor will be a sure thing. Zhou Tong couldn't help but think to himself, if all the beings in the all heavens were to vote together, they would be able to vote for a quasi-immortal emperor. But now, Zhou Tong's 10 heavenly paradise divine ring had become a different kind of all heavens. Naturally, the quasi-immortal emperor position would belong to no one else. As long as he completely grasped the additional ultimate Taos in the 10 heavens divine ring, he would be a real quasi-immortal emperor. The upgrade of the 10 heavens divine ring gave me a different quasi-immortal emperor opportunity. Does this mean that after my 6th secret realm is completed, I will be a quasi-immortal emperor? If I advance according to my previous plan, maybe there really is a realm above the quasi-immortal emperor realm? The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the more excited he became. Let's advance to the quasi-immortal emperor realm today. After making up his mind, Zhou Tong's primordial spirit immediately flew out of his body and entered the 10 heavens divine ring. Buzz! In an instant, all the universes within the 10 heavens divine ring lit up and resonated with Zhou Tong's primordial spirit. Vast amounts of immortal light gathered above his primordial spirit. At the same time, Zhou Tong's immortal phoenix fate opened its eyes on the world tree. It turned into a ray of divine light and arrived next to Zhou Tong's origin spirit in the blink of an eye. Qi. Zhou Tong's immortal phoenix fate emitted a supreme and eternal divine light. This was the Tao he comprehended in the desolate era, the supreme ultimate fire Tao. This was especially true when the autark ultimate fire Tao appeared. Countless other eternal Omega Taos began to converge and resonate with the autark ultimate fire Tao. This was an autark Omega Tao. One Tao gave birth to all Taos, and traces of the eternal Omega Taos of all Taos could be seen within the autark Omega Tao. An autark ultimate Tao. So this is the autark ultimate Tao of the desolate era. Zhou Tong's origin spirit wholeheartedly sensed the insights of the autark Omega Tao and accepted them wholeheartedly. He was one with the immortal phoenix fate to begin with, so all of his insights were connected. At the same time, the space-time around Zhou Tong and the immortal phoenix fate began to accelerate. In the blink of an eye, it had accelerated by over 1 trillion times. Because he was purely accepting and comprehending the various grand Taos of the desolate era, there was no need for him to corroborate them with the Taos of the outside world. This was why he was able to accelerate time to such an extent. In just a single breath of time in the outside world, he was able to comprehend an eternal Omega Tao. By relying on the countless eternal Omega Taos that he had comprehended, Zhou Tong gradually began to touch upon the core of the autark Omega Tao. Rumble. For a moment, the interior of his 10 paradise divine ring was filled with countless phenomena that shook the heavens and the earth. In an instant, countless grand Taos appeared and revolved around Zhou Tong. The illusory image of the world tree appeared behind Zhou Tong. The leaves of the world tree danced, and countless essences emitted different auras that fused into Zhou Tong's origin spirit. As countless eternal Omega Taos were comprehended, Zhou Tong could see the true face of the autark Omega Tao of fire that the immortal phoenix fate had given him. It was an image of a phoenix spreading its wings and soaring. Billions of flames twined around the phoenix's body. There were also other eternal Omega Taos that revolved around the phoenix and clustered around it. Zhou Tong was increasingly shocked as countless grand Taos manifested in his mind. Like pulling silk from a cocoon, the myriad Taos that the core of the phoenix activated each time caused Zhou Tong's mind to tremble. He watched very carefully and saw every change in the rules in his heart, causing his mind to be stirred. Zhou Tong's origin spirit sat cross-legged in the most fundamental place of the 10 paradise divine ring, quietly comprehending the infinite Omega Taos of the desolate era and even the autark Omega Taos. In the outside world, after Zhou Tong's origin spirit left his body and entered the 10 paradise divine ring, Yin Ryu, who was sitting cross-legged not far from him, opened her eyes and looked at Zhou Tong in surprise. At this moment, in her eyes, Zhou Tong's aura seemed to have completely disappeared. His entire person seemed to have entered an inexplicable state. It was as if he had died, but also as if his cultivation was rapidly improving. For a moment, he seemed even more unfathomable. Did he comprehend something again? Yin Ryu was extremely surprised. How long had it been since he had comprehended the Tao? For 20,000 years. How could he have comprehended something again? Is the difference between our comprehension abilities that big? Yin Ryu was a little depressed. Suddenly, there were specks of light not far away, and a young figure walked out. There was an eternal blue sky floating above his head, and there were endless sacred Tao patterns surrounding him. There were also 4 spirits revolving around him. With just a raise of his hand, he suppressed the entire world to the point of trembling. Mother! The young man walked to Yin Ryu's side and bowed. This person was Zhou Tong's youngest son, Zhou Rue. Yin Ryu nodded with a smile. Father, what's wrong with him? Zhou Rue looked at Zhou Tong's current state and was a little shocked. That unfathomable aura was much stronger than the immortal kings he had seen before. He had seen the Azure Emperor and the Divine Emperor, but none of the immortal kings had the strange feeling Zhou Tong had now. It was like an empty shell that was wandering outside the heavens, but also like a state of cultivation that was advancing bravely and breaking through infinitely. Perhaps he might be about to break through. Yin Ryu said softly, "Break through? Break through the immortal king realm." Zhou Rui was shocked. Chapter 1376. At the same time, within the 10 heavenly passage divine ring, Zhou Tong's communication with the immortal phoenix true fate also came to an end. Right now, within the 10 heavenly passage divine ring, all types of terrifying power surged like waves. The light of the great Tao rose, rolling over, descending towards Zhou Tong's primordial spirit. For a time, Zhou Tong's primordial spirit was completely submerged by all types of runes and light. If it was the heavens of the outside world, then the half-immortal Emperor Tao, fruit promoted by the heavens, would still have future troubles. However, Zhou Tong's was completely different. The 10 heavenly passage divine ring was originally a world established by Zhou Tong himself. Even if it was upgraded to the level of the heavens and myriad worlds, that was also the result of Zhou Tong's many true fates' hard work. This Tao fruit that contained the status of the entire world naturally belonged to Zhou Tong's original body. At this moment, within the 10 heavenly passage divine ring, the various heavens and great worlds were all resonating with Zhou Tong. The great Tao resonated, auspicious energy surged, heaven and earth surged with astonishing radiance, continuously gathering towards Zhou Tong's primordial spirit. His primordial spirit was the first to transform. This was the transformation of a creature that surpassed the immortal king level. The original body is finally going to transform. Right at this time, Zhou Tong's heavenly horned ant true fate also appeared beside Zhou Tong's primordial spirit, quietly watching Zhou Tong's primordial spirit transform. If we don't become half-immortal emperors, our true fates won't be able to truly return. After all, the two of us grew too strong in our respective worlds. The immortal phoenix true fate also spoke. Long, the heavens resonated, the worlds resonated. Within the 10 heavenly passage divine ring, the 12 artifacts that suppressed the entire world also appeared at this time, each of them releasing a streak of light, supporting Zhou Tong. Not only these 12 artifacts, the world tree's radiance also enveloped Zhou Tong's primordial spirit. Dang! The bell sound was long and drawn out. Zhou Tong's Tao confirming artifact also flew into the 10 heavenly passage divine ring at this moment. The overlord bell rumbled. Ring after ring of bell waves engulfed the heavens and myriad worlds. The vicissitudes of time within the 10 heavenly passage divine rings heavens, a new era began. Boom! The order of the heavens and the laws of the worlds all appeared. They shone on Zhou Tong's soul, causing all the living beings within the divine ring to resonate. The 10 heavenly paradises divine ring had already been inhabited for a long time. This was especially true after Zhou Tong's immortal phoenix true fate had returned. During the 20 million years of accelerated time, this place had become even more prosperous. At this moment, all the existences inside the 10 heavenly rings understood that an emperor's throne was finally born in the myriad heavens. Boom! At this moment, Zhou Tong's aura was incomparably terrifying. The sky lit up, the sea dried up, and the earth shook. At this moment, his primordial spirit was guiding the power of the various worlds and the fate and karma in the 10 heavens divine rings. Everything was like a brilliant river of stars that poured into his primordial spirit. At this moment, all the living beings in the myriad heavens could sense that a living being that broke through the limits of a mortal king had appeared in this world. A true emperor had appeared. At this moment, a divine might that surpassed a mortal king realm swept through the entire world. It was like a divine sea that interweaved and rippled. The sea of stars in the universe rose and fell along with it. Endless laws and order revolved around his primordial spirit, condensing in his true spirit imprint. At this moment, he obtained the Tao, becoming a half-immortal emperor-level existence. Is this the feeling of a half-immortal emperor? Zhou Tong's primordial spirit woke up. He quietly sensed his current state. Only after a long time did he open his eyes. You're still only a half-emperor. What you've transformed is only your primordial spirit. You're still lacking a physical body. The heavenly horned ant true fate said. Only after your primordial spirit returns can the power of the myriad heavens within the 10 heavenly rings further baptize your physical body and establish the Emperor's Tao. The immortal phoenix, True Fate, also spoke. Zhou Tong nodded. His primordial spirit instantly escaped from the myriad heavens, returning to his body. And the moment he returned to his body, Hong Long, large amounts of divine light erupted above Zhou Tong's head. That terrifying aura was something that even Yin Ruyu and Zhou Ruwei at his side couldn't endure. When a half-immortal emperor-level primordial spirit returned, just the aura it released was already so terrifying. This aura, Yin Ruyu's entire body trembled, her eyes carrying a strong expression of shock. Vaguely, she seemed to have seen an unmatched primordial spirit seated above Zhou Tong's head. It was impervious to all methods, eternal and indestructible. It released terrifying divine chains of laws, surging towards his entire body. The unmatched half-immortal emperor-level divine chains of order and half-immortal emperor-level symbols interweaved within Zhou Tong's flesh, tangling about his bones. His entire body also began to transform a step further. In that instant, the great Tao sensed something, the laws resonating. The entire universe was resonating with him. The world tree not far from him also released auspicious light because of his appearance, releasing auspicious power. Amidst the resonance and auspicious signs, the immortal light on Zhou Tong's body also transformed a step further. The light that belonged to a half-immortal emperor level was rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, it was extremely powerful. The realm that surpasses the immortal king realm. This is the realm that surpasses the immortal king realm. Seeing Zhou Tong's transformation up close, Yin Ruyu, Zhou Ruwei, and the others all had fanatical looks on their faces. This was a realm that was currently unattainable for them. I've finally broken through. Zhou Tong opened his eyes. In that instant, it was as if a brand new era had begun. An aura that surpassed the immortal king realm bloomed here, penetrating the various formations and restrictions that Zhou Tong had set up here, penetrating the restrictions of the entire divine realm and the outside world, and spreading to the entire great world. Almost in an instant, all living beings in the entire universe seemed to feel as if a great danger had appeared beside them, causing their hair to stand on end. Even immortal kings and half-immortal kings were no exception. This is Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi, who was comprehending the Tao, was shocked. The terrifying aura made him tremble all over, like a mouse that had seen a cat. This was the difference in the essence of life, completely surpassing the immortal king realm. Is this the half-immortal emperor level that Celestial Tyrant Emperor mentioned before? Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi understood almost instantly. The aura is coming from the divine realm. Does this mean that Celestial Tyrant Emperor has broken through to the immortal king realm? Broken through to the immortal king realm? You actually succeeded? The divine emperor, who was far away on the continent of the Celestial Silkworm clan, was also shocked. The aura was so terrifying that it made him uncomfortable. I admire you. I admire you. Even I barely managed to find the direction of the next metamorphosis, but you actually succeeded. The divine emperor's eyes were filled with admiration. He then stood up. It seems that I have to make a trip to the divine realm. In the heavenly court, Yi Fan was also shocked. This aura is very similar to the emperor light on your body, but it's obviously stronger and has undergone a qualitative change. Zhou Tong, which step did you break through? I have to make a trip to the divine realm. Yi Fan also stood up after a moment of silence. Celestial Tyrant Emperor is truly fearsome. The Lotus Emperor also exclaimed. He also stood up and hurried to the divine realm. At this moment, everyone who sensed Zhou Tong's aura, whether they were immortal kings or human Tao sovereigns, put down what they were doing and rushed to the divine realm. Chapter 1377. In the divine realm, Zhou Tong closed his eyes again. The aura on his body began to slowly recede, and the incomparably intimidating quasi-immortal emperor aura gradually dissipated. At the same time, he also looked inside himself. After truly advancing to the quasi-immortal emperor realm, his body also underwent some changes. First of all, it was his Tao-confirming artifact. It was a towering and majestic bell, incomparably resplendent with all kinds of immortal gold light, as well as all kinds of mysterious divine materials from various realms in the heavens. The bell's walls emitted wisps of light, illuminating the 33 heavens. This artifact had already transformed along with his primordial spirit inside the 10 heavenly passages divine ring, and was already a quasi-immortal emperor artifact. Previously, the 7 demonic stars from the longevity realm's little stone emperor were still a bit conspicuous on the bell's walls, but now they had already dimmed and were no longer conspicuous, perfectly merging with the bell. Not bad. There are no more problems with the bell. Zhou Tong was incomparably satisfied. Next, it was time to look at the changes in his body. His entire body had undergone a transformation. Whether it was divine power or physical strength, compared to before, it was simply heaven and earth. He was confident that he could kill more than a dozen of himself with a single slap of his hand. The most important thing is the systematic divine patterns in my body. This thing might be related to me becoming a true immortal emperor. Zhou Tong checked his body a little and immediately looked at the sea of reincarnation. The systematic divine patterns were still there, and each divine pattern didn't have any special changes, but the number was already 1,000 times more than before. The quality hasn't changed, but the number has skyrocketed. If I want a qualitative change, I still have to rely on the 6th secret realm. This thing is the foundation of my future advancement to the immortal emperor realm. Zhou Tong was even more certain of this point. Finally, he focused his attention on his 10 heavenly passages divine ring. At this moment, after the birth of an emperor-level Tao immortal, the entire 10 heavenly passages divine ring had undergone an all-round change. At the same time, Zhou Tong also felt that his control over the 10 heavenly passages divine ring had reached a new limit. Yes, although I could also control the 10 heavenly passages divine ring before, it was still quite difficult. After all, I merged with the 3 layers of the universe brought about by the heavenly horned ant's true fate. The reason why I created the 12 artifacts back then was because I couldn't perfectly control this world. But now that I've fully grasped the Imperial Tao immortal realm, I'll have no problem even if I have a chaos verse I brought back from the Desolate Era. The 12 artifacts, on the other hand, are used to suppress and stabilize the world. Zhou Tong thought to himself. However, at that moment, Zhou Tong suddenly became stunned. He glanced at his 10 paradise divine ring once more, gazing at the vast heavens. This must be the path to the next advancement of the inner world system. Zhou Tong thought to himself. When the inner world system is cultivated to the point where it can produce large amounts of immortal matter, one can already be regarded as an immortal king. In the future, if one can cultivate the true myriad heavens and realms, one might become a quasi-immortal emperor. I just don't know how many realms I have to cultivate before I can be considered a myriad heavens and reach the standard of a quasi-immortal emperor. Zhou Tong was also a bit curious. Just what level did the Azure Emperor and Prince Tion's incarnation need to reach in order to be considered a quasi-immortal emperor? However, I don't have the time to manage this myriad heavens. I need someone who can carry out my will to manage it. With a thought, Zhou Tong's Blood Phoenix incarnation appeared in the endless primal chaos. Ever since the Blood Phoenix incarnation gave the territory it established to Yi Fan, it directly returned to Zhou Tong's side. In the end, it even entered the 10 paradise divine ring to cultivate. It was now an immortal king powerhouse. While Zhou Tong was quietly comprehending the changes in his body, outside the divine realm, figures with intimidating auras gradually gathered here. Countless quasi-mortal emperors and cultivators who had achieved their Tao through different means had arrived at the divine realm. Of course, standing at the front were the 6 figures who had already become immortals. The divine emperor, Yi Fan, ruthless emperor, Tai Yin, Tai Yang, and Duanda. Is the one at the front the ancestor of the divine silkworm lineage? A quasi-emperor asked a red-haired Taoist beside him who was carrying a long sword on his back. Of course, I didn't expect that even the ancestor of the divine silkworm lineage would come to the divine realm and even willingly wait outside. The same goes for Yi Tiandi, the female empress, and the others. The Taoist with a long sword on his back was also somewhat shocked. He vaguely felt that there was something wrong with the aura emitted from the divine realm. It was vaguely different from the aura of the other immortals and immortal kings and seemed to be stronger. However, that was only a vague thought in his mind. Now, however, seeing that the divine emperor, who was already an immortal king, had such an expression, he felt that he had guessed correctly. Is there really a level above the immortal king level? The celestial tyrant emperor is indeed worthy of his name. Even in the current era, there's no one who can shake him. The cultivator with the long sword on his back was shocked. He wasn't the only one to feel this way. Many of the cultivators present felt that things were getting out of hand. It was possible that an expert who surpassed all others was about to be born. Clang! Just as everyone was discussing, the sound of a bell suddenly rang out. The sound of the bell was peaceful, making people feel as if they were about to comprehend the Tao. They all felt a deep sense of enlightenment. A majestic figure appeared. He seemed to have walked out from the river of time, and there were specks of flowing light on his body. That's right, Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi is here too. The ancients didn't lie to me. Many of the geniuses who had achieved Tao through other means sighed. Right at this moment, an azure path opened up the eternal azure sky, extending over from the outer realm with extreme speed, directly arriving in front of the divine realm. At the same time, a hazy figure arrived on the great path. He was untainted by even a speck of dust and carried with him a faint fragrance of lotus. The lotus fragrance even made many aged cultivators feel refreshed, as if they had become a few years younger. Lotus Emperor. That's the Lotus Emperor. The Lotus Emperor is here. Many people immediately stood up to welcome him. Taoist Wu Shi, Taoist Qi Qing, you're here too. The Divine Emperor warmly greeted Taoist Wu Shi and the Lotus Emperor. I had to come, the Lotus Emperor said. I also want to know how to break through the Immortal King's domain. Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi said. Are you sure that he broke through the Immortal King's domain? Yi Fan was also a little hesitant as he looked at Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi and the others. Although he was only half a step away from the Immortal King realm, he wasn't an Immortal King yet. Therefore, he didn't feel as strongly as Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi and the others. The Lotus Emperor said, although we haven't seen him yet, there's no doubt that his aura is far beyond the Immortal King realm. In fact, we can't even muster up the will to resist. Only those who have broken through the Immortal King realm and reached the quasi-immortal Emperor realm have this kind of power, Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi added. Chapter 1378. In the Divine Realm, Zhou Tong finally opened his eyes again after arranging the internal affairs of the 10 Heavenly Caves Divine Ring. You broke through the King's domain? Yin Ryu finally had a chance to speak when he saw Zhou Tong open his eyes and the aura around his body gradually calming down. Zhou Tong nodded and said, yes, I did break through the King's domain. Then, Yin Ryu was about to continue asking when Zhou Tong waved his hand and said, let's talk about it later. Let's bring some people over first, and then bring all the guests in. As he spoke, Zhou Tong waved his hand and the void trembled slightly. His other 2 children and some of his bloodline descendants who were quite talented were all brought over. At the same time, a brilliant golden path spread out directly from the world tree. outside the divine realm. The group of cultivators who were still talking to each other stopped talking because the boundary wall of the divine realm in front of them gradually began to glow. A golden door suddenly opened and a voice came from it. "Everyone, please come in." Accompanied by the golden path, all the cultivators who had reached the quasi-emperor realm stepped on the path and were led to the divine realm and under the world tree. Is that the world tree of our world? What a rich longevity substance and the traces of the great Tao. It's so mysterious and shocking. It was the first time for many cultivators to see the world tree, and they were very shocked. The world tree and the divine realm had always been hidden in another layer of space. Other than cultivators who had become immortals and proved their Tao, very few other cultivators could see the world tree. At this moment, seeing the terrifying transformation of the great Tao on the world tree for the first time, many people could not help but be stunned. In particular, the substance emitted by the world tree was like a rain of light. Any touch of it made their bodies tremble, and 7 or 8 marks of time on the wheel C were shaved off in an instant. Zhou Tong, Yifan looked at Zhou Tong with a trace of shock in his eyes. Let's not talk about other things for now. Today, I've broken through to the king realm, so I'll preach the Tao here for 49 days. Zhou Tong didn't say anything else. He waved his hand, and a prayer mat appeared beneath the feet of all the cultivators. This allowed Yi Fan and the others to temporarily put aside their doubts and sat down quietly. Then Zhou Tong spoke. The moment he spoke, Yi Fan, Wu Shi, and the Lotus Supreme Emperor's expressions changed slightly. This was because they had already realized that Zhou Tong's so-called lecture this time wasn't about the normal Tao. Instead, he was explaining a brand new cultivation system, an unprecedented cultivation system. Boom! The shocking system immediately attracted the most terrifying law creation tribulation. However, all the calamities and tribulations became stable the moment they approached Zhou Tong. Regardless of whether it was the violent lightning or the blazing flames, they were all like flowing water, quietly flowing around Zhou Tong. This scene shocked everyone present. This kind of performance was too powerful. A law creation tribulation, and the most powerful one at that. He quietly refined the tribulation like it was water. This kind of realm is unfathomable. Emperor Wu Shi sighed. He knew that he could easily withstand this kind of tribulation, but he definitely couldn't do it as easily as Zhou Tong. Even he couldn't tell what method Zhou Tong used to refine the calamities and tribulations. He actually refined the law creation tribulation without making a sound. Yi Fan, the Lotus Supreme Emperor, and the others were also very shocked. Unlike Emperor Wu Shi, they had truly experienced the Dharma creation tribulation. They knew how powerful this tribulation was. However, at this moment, this kind of tribulation was being refined without making a sound. Boom! The Dharma creation tribulation shook the world, causing the sky to tremble, the void to boil, and even the flow of time to rise and fall. But Zhou Tong was completely fearless. He continued to quietly explain the new cultivation system to everyone. Buzz! Suddenly, the water, refined by the law creation tribulation, soared into the sky and turned into a dazzling rain of light that scattered across the void. The endless rain of light shook the entire void along with Zhou Tong's voice. That kind of aura was too grand and shocking. Many cultivators couldn't help but change from sitting cross-legged to kneeling, worshipping Zhou Tong with incomparable devotion. He even gave away the good fortune of the law creation tribulation. The Lotus Supreme Emperor and the others were extremely shocked. This kind of good fortune was extremely rare. If he gave it all to a limited number of people, it would allow them to cultivate to the immortal king level without any hindrance. However, he gave it away just like that. Everyone couldn't help but sigh at Zhou Tong's boldness. The lecture continued. Zhou Tong didn't take the good fortune of the law creation tribulation at all. Instead, he gave it all to everyone present. With his current realm, the good fortune of the law creation tribulation was already useless to him. He might as well give it away. The rain of light sprinkled down, An endless Tao sounds rang in everyone's ears. It made everyone present feel like they were about to have an epiphany. All of them had huge gains, especially the good fortune of the law creation tribulation. It made them feel like their bodies and souls had been purified. Many human Tao, supremes, even vaguely felt like they were about to live a brand new life. The ones who had the deepest enlightenment were naturally Wu Shi, Yi Fan, the Divine Emperor, the Lotus Supreme Emperor, the Lotus Supreme Emperor, and the others who had become immortals. The good fortune of the law creation tribulation was only a reference for them. In particular, the good fortune had been distributed to everyone present by Zhou Tong. With so many people sharing it equally, even if it was a great fortune, there wouldn't be much left. However, what was really useful to them was the brand new cultivation system and the brand new path of the Great Tao. This was something that shocked all of them. Every cultivation system was equivalent to a brand new perspective. From a brand new perspective on the path of divine sense cultivation, it was naturally easy to discover the blind spots that they had not been able to notice in the past and discover the weaknesses that they had not been able to discover in the past. For all cultivators, every cultivation system was crucial. The more they saw, the more perfect they would be, and the greater the possibility of being able to cultivate to the highest realm in the future. The Great Tao was simple at the beginning, but the more one talked about it, the more profound it became. However, this was not the case for the cultivation system. Now that everyone was cultivating the heaven-shrouding technique, they would certainly not be able to adapt to a brand new perspective. In the beginning, it was also very difficult for them to understand. Fortunately, those who were able to cultivate to the quasi-emperor realm were all heaven's pridelings. Following Zhou Tong's profound and simple explanation, after several days, they finally understood the foundation of this brand new cultivation system. However, as the explanation went deeper, after more than 30 days, the only people present who could understand were those who had become immortals. Of course, it didn't matter if they didn't understand. As long as they could remember it, it would be beneficial for them to constantly comprehend it in the future. Chapter 1379. The 49 days of preaching soon passed, and the cultivators who had yet to become immortals quickly dispersed. As these people dispersed, the starry sky shook and the universe boiled over. Celestial Tyrant Lord had created a new cultivation system by himself and had selflessly preached the Tao and spread this system. This was simply like a fantasy story and had shocked all the cultivators who heard this news. In particular, everyone discovered that the group of people who went to listen to the sermon had a much higher cultivation base. It was even to the extent that the best among them had lived a second life and were about to reach the standard of this golden era of Tao affirmation. As soon as this discovery was made, it immediately set off a frenzy in the starry sky of the universe. Countless cultivators rushed to the training grounds where the people who went to listen to the preaching were. They also wanted to know what kind of system could make the group of people who listened to the preaching make such terrifying progress. However, as more inside information was exposed, everyone was immediately envious and jealous. Heavens, not only did Celestial Tyrant Lord create a new cultivation system, but he also gave away all the good fortune obtained from the Dharma creation tribulation. Everyone who listened to the preaching was bathed in the benefits of the Dharma creation tribulation. Celestial Tyrant Lord has really surpassed the immortal king realm and reached the legendary emperor realm. Who in this world can catch up to him? He even gave away the good fortune of the Dharma creation tribulation. Is Celestial Tyrant Lord trying to create an opponent? Countless people were shocked. Zhou Tong's name once again shook the entire starry sky. His actions were just too shocking. He alone was like a sun that illuminated the world, causing everyone else to be overshadowed by him. However, at this moment in the divine realm, the other people who had yet to become immortals had already left. Only those who had become immortals were left under the Tree of World, such as Yi Fan, No Shi, the Divine Emperor, Emperor Qing, Emperor Merciless, and others. Zhou Tong, did you really break through the immortal king realm? What kind of realm is a quasi-immortal emperor? Yi Fan looked at Zhou Tong with a solemn expression. This was because at this moment, in his eyes, Zhou Tong was just like an ordinary mortal. He could not see anything special about him. Even when he was preaching before, he didn't notice any big changes in his aura. He just felt that it was incredible that he could refine the law creation tribulation. When they heard Yi Fan's question, both Wu Shi and the God Emperor looked at Zhou Tong gravely. Although Zhou Tong had indeed admitted that he had broken through to the king's realm, what they wanted was not a yes or no answer. They wanted to know what the quasi-immortal emperor realm was and how to break through. Yi Fan and the others were fine, but the two celestial kings, Wu Shi and Shen Huang, were extremely serious. This question was very likely to affect their own paths of Tao. I can't explain it clearly, but when you truly come into contact with this realm, you will understand. The difference between an immortal king and a half-immortal emperor is as big as the difference between a great emperor and an immortal king. It's not something that can be overcome with numbers, Zhou Tong said softly. As for the method to advance to a half-immortal emperor, everyone is different. The sixth secret realm? Great Emperor Ruthless looked at Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong nodded and said, "That's right. Everyone's sixth secret realm is different, so their method of advancing to a half-immortal emperor is different too. In fact, our 5 secret realms cultivation system can only be maintained under the immortal king realm. However, if you want to reach the peak of the immortal king realm, you must walk your own path. Advancing to a half-immortal emperor realm on this foundation is naturally the extension of your own path of Tao. If you haven't cultivated the 6th secret realm, then don't think about the half-immortal emperor realm," Zhou Tong warned. The 6th secret realm. At that moment, everyone fell silent, especially the 2 human emperors, Tai Yin and Tai Yang. They had just become immortal mortals not long ago, so they didn't know anything about the 6th secret realm. As for Wu Shi, Yi Fan, Ruthless, and the others, they had either successfully opened the 6th secret realm or stepped on the path of the Book of Changes. All they needed was one final step to perfect it. Therefore, they knew the uniqueness of the 6th secret realm. That was, everyone was different. If others cultivated their own 6th secret realm, they could indeed advance to the immortal king realm in a short period of time. However, their future path would be completely blocked. When you have successfully opened the 6th secret realm, perhaps you will be able to discover your own path to becoming a half-immortal emperor realm, Zhou Tong said in the end. The 6th secret realm is nothing. The problem is the cultivation system you just released. Has the darkness erosion really reached this stage? Are you going to replace it with a new cultivation system? After pondering for a while, Yi Fan continued to ask. Zhou Tong's preaching of the Tao and directly announcing a brand new cultivation system was something they had not expected. They knew that Zhou Tong had many cultivation systems, but for so many years, he had never released them. Why did he change his personality this time and directly release a new cultivation system? Zhou Tong said, "I'm just preparing for a rainy day. I can't tell exactly how far the darkness erosion has reached, but it's definitely a step further. In these hundreds of thousands of years, we have been improving and the darkness erosion has been stagnant. Now, I'm just giving the living beings of this world another chance to choose." For a moment, everyone fell silent. Darkness erosion. This thing was like a sword of Damocles hanging above everyone's heads, making them feel uneasy. It made them feel intense pressure in their hearts, forcing them to speed up. You've become a half-immortal emperor, but you still can't do anything about the darkness erosion? The Sun Saint Emperor asked. Zhou Tong shook his head and said, "I can't. I can only guarantee that if the darkness erosion doesn't attack me with all its strength, I can deal with it. However, if it attacks me with all its strength, I can't do anything, unless I take a few more steps forward." A half-immortal emperor is still not enough. Everyone sighed in their hearts. If a half-immortal emperor's strength isn't enough, then my current strength is even worse. After this time, I'll go into seclusion. I won't come out until I find the 6th secret realm. Yifan made up his mind. The new cultivation system this time is completely different. With this system, I'm more confident in my sixth secret realm. Ruthless was also secretly competing. The sixth secret realm is completed, but if I want to break through to half Immortal Emperor, I'll have to take a step forward. Could it be the seventh secret realm? Or some other direction? No Beginning was also thinking about the future. Yifan and the others were also silent for a long time. In the end, they didn't say anything and directly left the divine realm. They all returned to their own dojos and went into seclusion. It was obvious that they were all stimulated. Chapter 1380. After Yifan, No Beginning, and the others left, the area under the world tree became quiet again. Everyone has been provoked by you. Yanryu said, I've given you the complete cultivation system. Have you found your own sixth secret realm? Or have you found some clues about the sixth secret realm? Zhou Tong asked. As he spoke, Zhou Tong looked at his son and said, What about you? Have you learned anything? Father, your cultivation system is indeed powerful and has benefited me a lot. However, I can feel that this cultivation system has nothing to do with my sixth secret realm. My Tao is not here either. Zhou Rui did not think too much about it and rejected it directly. Any cultivator's cultivation path had been set a long time ago. It was set at the beginning of their cultivation. However, many people did not know if their future path was the one they wanted. Therefore, they often went astray. Having cultivated to the mortal-immortal realm, he could indeed feel where his Tao was from some very intuitive feelings. At least, if he stuck to his original heart, the probability of going astray was very small. Since it's not your Tao, it doesn't matter. But now that you've cultivated up to the mortal realm, it's time for you to think about your sixth secret realm. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Tong casually took out a book that shone with golden light. This was an immortal gold book made from Tao Tribulation gold. It was very thick, with hundreds of pages. Every page was filled with countless small words. Zhou Tong handed the book to his son and said, These are some of the other cultivation systems that I've summarized. Most of the cultivation systems that I know are here. Perhaps there'll be something that you need. Of course, it's okay if you don't. Just treat it as a learning experience. Zhou Rui took the book in surprise and left. At this time, Yanryu said, I did find something. This might be my sixth secret realm. However, it's not complete yet. While speaking, Yanryu also roughly told Zhou Tong about what she had comprehended. After hearing Yanryu's story, Zhou Tong nodded. I see. This is your sixth secret realm, the illusory Tao tree. No, to you it should be the illusory green lotus, right? The cultivation system of the Desolate Era had a great impact on Yanryu. The growth process of a Tao tree was especially important to Yanryu. It was like she had found a treasure. The sixth secret realm that Yanryu spoke of originated from the Tao tree. In the Desolate Era, every world-level cultivator, Samsara Tao Lord, Eternal Emperor, and even autarchs had a Tao tree. Yanryu was a monster. After she transformed, her true form was illusory green lotus, which was now her immortal artifact. Yanryu's so-called sixth secret realm was to use the Tao tree of the Desolate Era cultivation system to allow the green lotus that had turned into an immortal item to return to her body, turning it into a sixth secret realm that belonged solely to her. The illusory green lotus is correct. However, there's still many things that need to be resolved. As Yanryu spoke, she also told Zhou Tong about some of the problems she had encountered when she was comprehending it herself. However, this was Yanryu's own path. Zhou Tong didn't want to say too much. If he said too much, it might cause her to go astray. Therefore, he didn't try to solve her problems. Instead, he gave her some suggestions based on his own understanding. The two sat facing each other and discussed. After 3 whole years, Yanryu finally stopped. She went into seclusion to re-examine her sixth secret realm. She wanted to perfect it. Everyone is in seclusion. In the entire universe, I'm probably the only one who's fine. Zhou Tong stood under the world tree for a long time. His heart was restless. The current world should be the calm before the storm. No one knew when the darkness would descend. No one knew how much the darkness had eroded. No one knew what the darkness was doing now. Zhou Tong was now a half-immortal emperor. He thought for a moment and decided to explore the outside world. He wanted to see how far the darkness had reached. With my half-immortal emperor's strength, I think I'm qualified to explore the darkness to a certain extent. Zhou Tong wanted to explore the darkness, but he still couldn't let go of this place. If the 9 heavens and 10 earths considered Huang Tian Emperor's tricks or some other methods, they might be able to hide it from the Dark Camp for a short time. However, as the 9 heavens and 10 earths became more prosperous and stronger, and even started to plunder the origins of other worlds to make up for this world would definitely fall into the eyes of the Dark Camp. There might even be living beings who had already noticed this place. At this time, if Zhou Tong left and the Dark Camp attacked, that would be bad. I have to leave behind some treasures to suppress this world, or the divine realm. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a moment, and then looked towards his 10 heavenly passage divine ring. Right now, the most powerful weapon in his hands was naturally the immortal phoenix, true life's life, divine weapon, tribulation flame, divine furnace. Next was his Tao confirming artifact, as well as the 10 heavenly passage divine rings 12 artifacts, as well as the heavenly horned ant true life's weapon. However, without exception, these weapons couldn't be left behind. It was because these things were related to his ultimate strength. I can only think of a way to refine some things for them. According to Huang Tian Emperor's experience, things like formations should be the most suitable. Chapter 1381. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed. But to Zhou Tong, these 10,000 years were a full 100,000 years. With his current half-immortal Emperor Realm cultivation base, 100,000 years of time was enough for him to cultivate any Tao to the peak of perfection. The eternal ultimate Tao of Array Tao was finally integrated with his original Tao of Array Tao. It's finally done. I can also refine a batch of treasures. Zhou Tong said in his heart. In the 10 heavens divine ring, a large number of threads that contained brilliant rays of light appeared first. These were not ordinary threads, but threads spat out by immortal king-level celestial silkworms. They were also the most powerful and mystical among all the threads. If these threads were interwoven into silk, together with some immortal materials, Xianhuang Qi, and many other materials, it could completely carry a quasi-immortal emperor-level formation. In the 10 heavens divine ring, there were immortal kings born in the various heavens. It could be said that the foundation of his 10 heavens divine ring now surpassed that of the various heavens, and even the heavens. Therefore, Zhou Tong did not lack treasures at all. Soon, under the control of Zhou Tong, the massive amount of silk, along with the immortal gold, Xianhuang Qi, World Stone, and many other treasures quickly interwove into a picture scroll. Then, Zhou Tong activated the quasi-immortal emperor-level flame and began to refine it. In an instant, flames rushed into the sky and raged. This place was incomparably resplendent, and large areas of chaos were boiling. Countless runes and formation patterns were imprinted in the picture scroll by Zhou Tong. This time, it took a few years for the refinement to be completed. Of course, during the refinement, Zhou Tong had already arranged for time to accelerate. A few years in the 10 heavens divine ring was only 2 hours in the outside world. The quasi-immortal emperor level formation diagram was completely formed. Inside the 10 heavens divine ring, Zhou Tong tested the power of this formation diagram. Buzz! The formation diagram filled the sky and instantly covered dozens of worlds. At the same time, countless runes of the Great Path lit up on the formation diagram. In an instant, the inside of the formation diagram seemed to have turned into an extremely deep universe. The Great Path inside was complete and contained a terrifying killing calamity that could split the heavens and earth. This kind of scene was shocking to the extreme. Immortal kings who had given birth to half-immortal emperor light, once they entered, would instantly collapse. Even if a true half-immortal emperor entered, there was a possibility that they would have to pay a bloody price. The power is not bad. It can already kill ordinary quasi-immortal emperors. Even if I enter a formation of this level, even if I don't die, I will lose a few layers of skin. Zhou Tong was incomparably satisfied. Soon, Zhou Tong took out the item and quickly flew into one of Zhou Tong's palaces. However, this array diagram was not the limit. Zhou Tong continued to use silk and various immortal materials to refine the paintings. One after another, earth-shattering formations were imprinted in the paintings. In the end, he directly refined 26 formation diagrams. These formation diagrams, in addition to the previous one, made a total of 27 half-immortal emperor-level formations. Then, 8 formation diagrams flew out from the 10 heavenly Grotto Heaven Divine Ring. These 8 formation diagrams combined with the previous one. In an instant, 9 half-immortal emperors interlocked. The terrifying formation enveloped the entire divine realm. With the protection of these 9 interlocking formations, it is impossible for a half-immortal emperor to break into the divine realm in a short time. The divine realm is perfect. Zhou Tong got up and left the divine realm. He came to the continent occupied by the tyrant body. He came directly to the sky above the great Zhou Empire. The entire dynasty was made up of his bloodline descendants. It has been a long time since I looked down on my great Zhou Empire in such a way. I didn't expect that my bloodline descendants have reached hundreds of millions. The core direct descendants are the royal family, and the branches are the royal families everywhere. There are even some bloodline descendants who have already turned into mortal dust. Zhou Tong looked down at the empire and felt a little emotional. He was also an ancestor, and his descendants were endless. Suddenly, Zhou Tong's heart skipped a beat. He looked at a corner of the empire and saw a little girl in the mortal world. He smiled slightly. Although she has fallen into the mortal world, her bloodline has returned to its ancestral roots. It is rare to see a female, pure-blood tyrant body. Fine, I will give you an opportunity. He flicked his finger, and a ray of flowing light immediately landed on the little girl. With his half-immortal emperor level, the opportunity he gave her was naturally enough to make her rise easily. However, whether or not she could prove her Tao in this kind of inner scroll world would depend on herself. Next, it's time to get down to business. Zhou Tong's figure flashed, and he appeared at the core of the empire. There was an immortal bell made of crimson phoenix blood gold. It was also made by Zhou Tong and used to suppress the foundation of the entire empire. However, as the golden age of the entire world continued to extend, this immortal bell was already not enough. Back then, I only casually left behind an immortal bell. Now it's time for you to advance and become an immortal king bell. Zhou Tong grabbed casually, and the bell instantly returned to the 10 heavens divine ring. A moment later, a brand new bell appeared here. The brand new immortal king bell emitted a heart-palpitating aura. It was completely red, and there were runes that almost surpassed the immortal king level condensed on it. This bell only needed to shake slightly, and it was enough to kill an ordinary immortal king. Even in the face of a half-immortal emperor, it could withstand a few attacks. The upgrade is complete. Next is to set up the formation. Zhou Tong returned to the sky above the continent. With a casual toss, the remaining 9 formation diagrams turned into rays of flowing light and merged into various parts of the continent. These 9 formation diagrams were also 9 half-immortal emperor-level formations that were interlocked. They were no different from the formations in the divine realm. The last 9 formations will stay with me. Perhaps they will be useful in times of danger. After pondering for a while, Zhou Tong did not give away the last 9 formations. However, not giving away the formations didn't mean that he couldn't give away some other things, such as immortal king artifacts. In the current universe, there were only a few immortal kings, and they hadn't been immortal kings for long. The only immortal king artifacts they had were their own Tao confirming artifacts. However, with a half-immortal emperor like Zhou Tong making a move, in addition to the terrifying time acceleration inside the 10 Heavens divine ring. Refining Immortal King artifacts was simply a matter of minutes. In almost a moment, more than a dozen Immortal King artifacts had already flown out of his 10 Heavens divine ring and landed in various parts of the divine realm and the Tyrant continent. Finally, before I leave, I should upgrade my own Dao confirming artifacts. Zhou Tong looked at the black and yellow chi in the 10 Heavens divine ring. That was the black and yellow chi that was born when the heavenly horned ant's true fate opened up the third layer of the universe. 60% of it was used to cultivate the black and yellow immortal body. Now, only the last 40% was left. Zhou Tong directly threw his tyrant bell into the black and yellow chi. Immediately, the black and yellow chi began to slowly seep into every part of the bell, perfectly combining with the bell. The power of the entire tyrant bell also began to slowly increase. This kind of black and yellow chi refining method was that simple. He only needed to throw his own artifact into it. In a short 10,000 years, all of the black and yellow chi had completely merged into the tyrant bell. It's done. It's time to take the initiative and explore the dark faction. Chapter 1382. Zhou Tong took a large step forward and disappeared from the 9 heavens 10 earths in the blink of an eye. After becoming a quasi-immortal emperor, his speed was far faster than when he was still an immortal king. Every step he took was the distance of a great world. Not long after, he had already arrived in the direction of the realm's sea, which was the place where a large amount of dark matter existed. Where are the dark creatures? Zhou Tong's extremely powerful divine sense instantly erupted and expanded to a large area. In the blink of an eye, he found a dark immortal king. Dark immortal king. He also has a trace of the strange aura of the Soul River. It seems that he should be from the Soul River. Zhou Tong didn't hide his existence and directly walked towards the dark immortal king. The dark immortal king's body was cold, and his blood-red eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. Boom! Almost in an instant, a terrifying power of darkness erupted from the dark immortal king's body. It was incomparably terrifying, and it was like a vast ocean that swept through the heavens, sweeping towards Zhou Tong. Buzz! Zhou Tong casually pointed with his sword finger. Whether it was the power of darkness or the immortal king level great Dao runes, they were all sliced apart by his sword, opening a path. Then, Zhou Tong took a step forward and arrived in front of the immortal king. He raised his hand and punched. Boom! In an instant, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. It was as if a universe had been pierced through. The dark immortal king took out a pitch-black immortal king shield to block in front of him, but it was useless. His shield and his body were directly pierced through. His entire body was dripping with blood, and a huge bloody hole was in the middle of his chest. The dark immortal king coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was filled with shock, but his body had already reached its limit. The attack of a quasi-immortal emperor was not something a first-level immortal king could withstand. His body shone and then exploded. However, at this moment, Zhou Tong suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed a faint shadow from the exploded body. This was the primordial spirit of the dark immortal king. When Zhou Tong attacked, he deliberately showed mercy in order to keep his primordial spirit. The Soul River is located in the deepest part of these dark creatures' primordial spirits. When I searched the primordial spirits of those dark immortal kings, there was a strange movement on the other side of the Soul River, and there was an energy fluctuation. Zhou Tong's eyes glowed as two beams of light blasted onto the primordial spirit, causing the primordial spirit of this immortal king to tremble slightly before rapidly disintegrating. But at this moment, Zhou Tong had already found what he needed. Just as the dark immortal king's primordial spirit was completely annihilated, a ripple suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. Whoa! The ripples became finer and finer like ultrasonic waves. They intertwined in the void and finally formed a passage that transcended time and space. And in this passage, one could see a special river. It was the Soul River. Zhou eyes shone brightly. Chains of order appeared, and then Zhou directly entered the strange tunnel formed by the ripples. He flew directly towards the Soul River. The Soul River was obviously not here. It seemed to have transcended the heavens and was far away from this world. Roar! Just as Zhou entered, an extremely terrifying roar came from the entire Soul River. It was as if millions of demonic beasts were roaring, or billions of gods and ghosts were wailing. Countless soul light spots soared into the sky, covering the sky and the sun. At this moment, time was chaotic, the past and the present were overturned, and karma was reversed. Zhou snorted softly. His voice was not loud, but seemed to suppress the entire Soul River. The power of a quasi-immortal emperor instantly suppressed the entire Soul River, suppressing all the cries of ghosts and gods. For a moment, the entire Soul River had a strange sense of silence. But soon, the Soul River began to boil. Countless splashes and waves surged, followed by torrential rain that covered the sky and the earth. This rain did not come from the sky, but from the Soul River itself. It soared into the sky and covered the entire world. Especially towards the end, the torrential rain had completely changed. All the rainwater had completely turned into the most terrifying soul power, and there were even wisps of chaos that rushed towards Zhou. The scene here was really too terrifying. Every raindrop was like a god, densely packed and endless. At the same time, yellow sand on the river bank, not far away, filled the sky. Every grain of sand turned into a slightly weaker shadow that covered the sky and the earth, and together they suppressed Zhou. Zhou walked on the Soul River, allowing the power of the Soul River to corrode him. He was fearless, and with a strong sense of confidence, he allowed the countless rays of light to rush towards him. Boom! The fluctuations of the Soul River became more and more terrifying. Countless raindrops and sand turned into billions of gods and demons, carrying a cold black light that pierced through the world. It was extremely terrifying. There was also a vague, mysterious power in the void that seemed to seep into Zhou primordial spirit and destroy his primordial spirit. Buzz! However, Zhou still walked forward quietly. There was only a ray of light on the surface of his body that protected him, and nothing could invade him. Crack! All the raindrops, all the sand, and all the gods and demons collapsed the moment they came into contact with the light on the surface of Zhou body. They turned into a rain of blood and soul light that filled the sky and dispersed with a loud bang. Countless figures burned violently, turned into raindrops, and fell back into the Soul River. The yellow sand that filled the sky also turned into nothingness and was annihilated in the void. The short conflict ended in an instant. The world was quiet. Zhou walked forward, walking in this strange, pitch-black land. The Soul River in front of him rippled, and the yellow sand on the riverside was quiet. The aura that the huge river emitted made one's scalp go numb. Are there no more monsters in the Soul River? Zhou looked towards the depths of the Soul River, and his loud voice reverberated in the sky above the Soul River. No one responded, but a blood-colored whirlwind blew on the originally dead Silent Soul River, and the yellow sand that filled the sky was blown up. It looked exceptionally terrifying. At the same time, the fog on the Soul River covered the sky and the sun once again. The whole Soul River also began to shake, and it was starting to recover completely. Countless splashes of water soared into the sky, and there was a violent roar. At the same time, there was a terrifying sound of iron chains, as if something was shackled over. Boom! In the next moment, a violent wind blew, and the whole Soul River was in chaos. Sand and dust filled the sky, and there were countless souls. There were howls, roars, and cries everywhere in the sky. At the same time, there was the smell of blood coming from the depths of the Soul River. And there was also a strange music that sounded as if it wanted to destroy all living things and guide all living things back to their places. Accompanied by the strange music, countless souls disintegrated and fell into the end of the soul river together. In the end, amidst the countless soul lights, the bloody aura, and the strange music, a vague voice was heard. All the souls in the heavens fall, but the river lives forever. Chapter 1383. The souls of the heavens fall, but the river lives forever. This sentence was like a curse that hovered above the soul river. This sentence was recited in an extremely ancient language. Even Zhou Tong couldn't determine which language it was. However, even though the language was different, this sentence contained some kind of mysterious and unfathomable power. It was like the chanting of divine thoughts, but also like the spreading of soul power. Therefore, even those who did not understand this language could clearly understand the meaning of this sentence. When one's cultivation reached a certain level, this kind of voice that was shouted with one's soul and spiritual will have long surpassed the scope of all the languages in the world. It was more accurate and could clearly express all the meanings. There would definitely be no mistakes. At the same time, the soul river stretched endlessly. The tides surged, and the music was faint. The smell of blood filled the air, and the black fog expanded. An extremely strange scene appeared here. "Stop talking nonsense and come out," Zhou Tong shouted. At the same time, roar! A red light spewed out like a fire that burned the heavens. A phoenix that was completely formed by runes rushed out from Zhou Tong's side. Its momentum was boundless, and it directly attacked the upper reaches of the Soul River. In an instant, the red light surged. The flames rushed into the sky, and the divine chains of order intertwined. It rushed directly into the depths of the Soul River. The surging flames illuminated the originally silent, cold, and dark Soul River. It was as if this place was no longer a strange and ominous place, but a son of the highest Yang. The terrifying and scorching flames exploded in the Soul River, and the quiet Soul River instantly became chaotic. Huge waves rushed into the sky, and countless soul shadows appeared. However, no matter what the soul shadows or what they were all turned into ashes the moment they came into contact with Zhou Tong's rune phoenix. Ever since the return of the immortal phoenix true life, flames have become Zhou Tong's most powerful technique, especially the flames of the phoenix, which had a restraining ability against strange and ominous things. Now that the flames were so powerful, even the Soul River felt that it was troublesome. Just the moment the rune phoenix appeared, who knew how much of the precious Soul River's water had evaporated? Boom! The light illuminated the Soul River. In an instant, many monsters that were hidden in the dark revealed themselves. They could clearly see that there were 7 monsters at the very front. The creature standing at the front had the body of a praying mantis, but the strange thing was that its legs were completely different. There were elephant legs, eagle claws, tiger paws, and the most speechless thing was that there were 2 human arms mixed in, arms full of red hair. Its abdomen was even more disgusting. It was actually filled with corpses, and they were the kind of corpses that were cut in half. There were even some corpses that were dripping with blood. The lower half of his body was extremely disgusting. As for the upper half, it was even more disgusting. The upper half of its body was like a corpse that had been soaked in water for tens of thousands of years. Its hair was disheveled, and its eyes were protruding from time to time. Moreover, there were holes all over its body, and white maggots could be seen crawling in and out of them. It wasn't just this monster. The other monsters were the same. Not a single one of them had a normal shape. It was as if they were objects that were casually pieced together and smelted from various corpses. Each and every one of them looked nauseating. This kind of terrifying appearance could scare people to death in the outside world. Even some of the monsters in the burial pit of heaven and earth that Zhou Tong had killed previously weren't so disgusting. The monsters in the burial pit of heaven and earth had at least gone through the process of raising goo and smelting them into one. At least there was a sense of harmony. However, the monsters here were simply pieced together randomly. There was no sense of harmony at all. Humph! Zhou Tong's gaze swept over. His killing intent was like a blade that cut through the void. It was merely a ray of light, but it caused the entire Soul River to surge, causing the entire riverside to rumble and shake. Endless yellow sand filled the sky. Endless soul shadows surged. The cries of ghosts and howls of gods resounded through the whole strange place. The bodies of the monsters on the opposite side all split open when Zhou Tong's gaze swept over them. They couldn't withstand the gaze of a quasi-celestial emperor. They couldn't withstand this kind of terrifying divine might. Damn it, don't be afraid. He's just one person. A monster roared and then attacked. That was an incomparably dense black light. As if it was the source of the strange phenomenon, a huge amount of dark matter erupted from his strange body. At this moment, it was as if the galaxy was vast and mighty. The river and sea had broken through the dikes. It was majestic and vast. The other monsters also attacked at the same time. A strange substance also erupted from the bodies of those monsters. Not only was there black dark matter, but there was also a silver, incomparably shiny substance. There was also that monstrous gray fog, and that golden, all kinds of dark matter appeared at the same time and surged toward Zhou Tong together. You disgusting thing, Dot. At this moment, Zhou Tong finally made his move. Unlike the previous ray of light, the phoenix that he had constructed with runes suddenly shone brightly. Brilliant golden light and scorching flames ignited the Soul River. The entire Soul River seemed to be bathed in the flames of the great Tao, as if it had entered a blazing furnace. At this moment, it was like the judgment of the end. Zhou Tong displayed the supreme cultivation of the fire Tao, and there was a vast power that could destroy the world. All of the dark matter instantly vanished into thin air in the face of this supreme flame. At the same time, all the living beings that appeared in front of Zhou Tong in the Soul River felt their vision turn white, and then they were reduced to ashes. These were all creatures at the peak of the Immortal King realm. Under Zhou Tong's attack, they died without any resistance. Even the phenomenon of their death did not exist. Everything retreated. Not only the soul shadows of these monsters, but even the Soul River was affected by Zhou Tong's attack. A drop of the Soul River's water contained extremely terrifying power, enough to kill countless experts. But now, with Zhou Tong's attack, the Soul River was interrupted. Huge waves surged into the sky, but as soon as they flew into the sky, they were immediately evaporated and swallowed by the scorching flames. Those were the soul lights of the precious and powerful gods being obliterated. With just one attack, Zhou Tong had already cut off the entire Soul River. Who knew how many tens of thousands of miles of the river section had dried up, revealing the riverbed that had already melted into a glass-like shape. The riverbed of the Soul River was originally piled up by yellow sand, but under Zhou Tong's flames, everything seemed to have changed its original nature. It actually showed a state of ordinary land being burnt. This attack caused a warm aura to appear in half of the Soul River. It was not worthy of the previous dark and strange atmosphere. Instead, it carried the light and aura of the sun. Trash! Is there no one else in the Soul River? Just a few monsters, and you dare to stop me? Zhou Tong's voice was mighty and spread throughout the entire Soul River. Chapter 1384. Boom! The Soul River was cut off. One could see that a door in the distance had been blasted open by the scorching flames. Everything behind the door had been swept away by the scorching flames. One could vaguely see from some traces that there were various artifacts on the ground, such as broken chariots, condensed star skeletons, and even corpses that were emitting chaotic chi. However, these were all in the past. As the scorching flames crushed through, the entire world behind the door had been completely turned into a wasteland. The chariots melted, the star skeletons cracked, and the corpses were only left with a few flickering quasi-immortal emperor-level runes to barely ensure that there was still a trace of them left. Who dares to invade the Soul River? You're courting death. At this moment, an earth-shattering howl finally came from the Soul River. Roar! That sound was like the howl of a ghost, but also like the cry of heaven and earth. There were also great Tao runes that formed a terrifying hurricane that spread rapidly, blowing away the hot air and sweeping away the time, sweeping outwards. An incomparably majestic power was vast and mighty. Even in the heavens, this power was supreme and invincible. Even immortal kings would tremble in fear. A quasi-immortal emperor, the quasi-immortal emperor of the Soul River, had finally appeared. Crack! The void was cracking, and the firmament was collapsing. The section of the river that had long been purified by Zhou Tong also instantly returned to its previous dark and eerie atmosphere. Yin Qi, blood qi, and many other indescribable forces once again permeated this place. This scene was really shocking. A quasi-mortal emperor made a move and caused a terrifying scar to the Soul River, but in this eerie wind, it actually recovered. This scene was incomparably shocking and horrifying. Boom! This force was really too powerful, too violent, and too eerie. A black gale swept out from the depths of the Soul River, wreaking havoc in the void. Especially after the Soul River recovered, it spread further, as if it was going to engulf the greater world. A quasi-immortal emperor finally made a move in the depths of the Soul River. Zhou Tong's eyes were deep, and he made a move again. No matter what, he had to confine the battlefield within the Soul River. He definitely would not allow these eerie great Tao runes to engulf the heavens and affect the outside world. Clang! The tyrant bell appeared above Zhou Tong's head and shook leisurely. Instantly, the visible bell waves turned into a flood that poured directly into the depths of the Soul River. It was like a raging wave that swept across the blue sky. It was magnificent and boundless, causing the countless rays of light in the Soul River to rumble unceasingly. Boom! The bell waves rumbled like a divine sword, incomparably ferocious, breaking apart all obstacles in front of it. Regardless of whether it was the raging wind or the quasi-immortal emperor runes contained within the raging wind, they were all crushed by the bell waves. After becoming a quasi-immortal emperor, and in particular after fusing with the most precious refining treasure from the grand mist space, the profound yellow energy, Zhou Tong's bell could be said to have surpassed everything. It could be called the #1 artifact beneath the immortal emperor realm. With just a single strike, he had broken through the quasi-immortal emperor's attack from the depths of the Soul River. Roar! A loud roar rang out. A gigantic shadow could be seen in the depths of the Soul River. It was howling madly. Silver light surged over there. A terrifying wave of soul force came crashing down, welcoming Zhou Tong's bell waves. This attack had already drawn upon the deepest foundation of the Soul River. Its might was terrifying, and even time and space seemed to be obliterated by this silver light. Zhou Tong's bell waves were no exception. It's been a long time since I've made a move. Kill! The black shadow's eyes brightened like two silver lamps. Then it attacked once more. In the void, a silver palm slowly and heavily slammed toward Zhou Tong. This palm had a silver substance that bubbled like boiling water. A monstrous emperor pressure swept up, suppressing downwards. One could see a dark river flowing within this palm. Countless souls from the boundless heavens turned into beams of light that fused into this river. This palm wasn't large, but it contained a spirit that could control the heavens and control samsara. It was truly shocking to the extreme. You're just a quasi-mortal emperor, yet you look down on me so much. Zhou Tong chuckled. Then he raised his right hand and used his palm as a blade. He hacked down with force, meeting that silver palm head-on, erupting with monstrous divine light. Rumble! A world-shaking collision occurred. The entire Soul River was wailing and trembling. The passageway, condensed from countless laws, was cracking. The riverbed of the Soul River was also collapsing. Boundless storms were wreaking havoc. The Soul River that was repaired by that strange wind earlier was once again cut off at this moment. Countless rivers were evaporated, and countless grains of sand were turned to ashes. One had to know that this was the Soul River, a strange and ominous outpost placed in the heavens. There would often be true immortal emperors patrolling this place. It was unknown how many quasi-immortal emperor-level formations were set up here. But at this moment, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The Soul River was cut off. Two quasi-immortal emperor-level powerhouses, a peerless collision, shook heaven and earth, shook the past and present. Not to mention the Soul River. Even the long river of time seemed to have frozen because of this. After this strike, Zhou Tong was naturally unharmed. The bell above him was still firmly rooted to the ground, and it emanated boundless chaotic qi and sky-earth qi, causing the place Zhou Tong stood on to seem as if it had transformed into a supreme paradise. No matter how the heavens and the earth collapsed in the outside world, Zhou Tong would naturally remain unaffected. And on the opposite side, the silver-eyed black figure suddenly retreated, his entire body almost flying out. Although he tried his best to suppress it, it was still useless. There was a deep cut on his palm, so deep that bone could be seen. There was even silver blood dripping down. But a moment later, the cut on his palm had already disappeared. The dripping silver blood also returned to his body. After all, he was a quasi-immortal emperor. His recovery ability was extraordinary. Right at this moment, in the depths of the Soul River, a golden light lit up. A kind of gentle great Tao rune appeared, interweaving in the void, spreading to every corner, protecting the things in the depths of the Soul River. Otherwise, this collision would definitely expose many secrets in the depths of the Soul River. Oh, a second quasi-immortal emperor has appeared? Zhou Tong looked forward, his eyes deep to the extreme. After these two collisions, he already had a completely new understanding of his own strength. He was definitely not an ordinary quasi-immortal emperor. Although he had not undergone any transformation, he was definitely not much weaker than those quasi-immortal emperors who had undergone a transformation once. Therefore, the other party was already somewhat unable to block his full-strength saber strike. The heavens in my 10 heavenly paradise divine ring are definitely stronger than the heavens in this world. Zhou Tong had already confirmed in his heart. In the immortal ancient era, although there were also heavens and realms, the most brilliant realm was the celestial realm. The celestial realm needed at least a dozen other great realms to be comparable to it. And the heavens in Zhou Tong's 10 heavenly paradise divine ring, each world was not inferior to the peak of the celestial realm. Naturally, the quasi-immortal emperor Tao, fruit nurtured in his 10 heavenly paradise divine rings, surpassed the heavens of the outside world. Chapter 1385. Oh, another Daozu has been born in the heavens. It seems that we have been greatly affected during this period of time. The quasi-immortal emperor who appeared behind spoke. As he spoke, the golden runes of the great Tao that filled the sky converged and finally enveloped his body, forming a brilliant golden color. However, a mere Daozu dares to act presumptuously in my Soul River, the man shrouded in golden light said, and then he flipped his hand and punched at Zhou Tong. Boom! In an instant, heaven and earth exploded, and the great Tao rippled in the void. The golden fist mark represented a deathly power that was completely inconsistent with the color. All the river water and sand along the way disintegrated the moment they touched the fist mark. Everything was destroyed. This person was extremely domineering. With just a few words, he directly attacked, and it was a fatal attack. Boom! Zhou Tong's entire body glowed. The essence qi in his body surged, and his divine power surged. The 10 heavens divine ring poured endless divine power into his body. The great Tao around him rumbled, and countless lightning bolts bloomed from his body, turning into purple divine dragons that coiled around him. The Thunder Emperor's true fate and the True Dragon's true fate had long been integrated into his body. With the power of the two intertwined with Zhou Tong's current quasi-immortal emperor power, he could easily produce even more brilliant and mysterious laws. In the blink of an eye, the purple lightning dragons met the golden fist head-on. Boom! In the next moment, a dazzling light erupted between the two of them, dispelling the darkness on the Soul River once again. The entire world was brilliant. But soon, a terrifying pressure descended once again. The Soul River surged. The silver-eyed man also attacked, and his terrifying soul power boiled again. But this time, he learned his lesson. He knew that his physical body was not as good as Zhou Tong's, so he did not attack with his bare hands. Instead, he took out a black and gold divine spear and directly pierced through the void, arriving in front of Zhou Tong and stabbing at his forehead. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions. The countless quasi-immortal emperor-level Dao runes in the void were all trembling. A purplish golden cudgel suddenly appeared in Zhou Tong's hand. He directly sent it out, shattering that pitch-black divine spear. This was the thousand-mast staff, as well as the weapon Zhou Tong's heavenly horned ant true mandate brought back from Coiling Dragon World, as well as the most powerful super-heavy weapon in Zhou Tong's hands. Zhou Tong didn't use his Tyrant Bell because this was the Soul River. He could faintly sense that there were still quasi-immortal emperors who hadn't made a move yet. The Tyrant Bell didn't move to guard against this. Good fellow, you actually have such a weapon aside from the bell. The silver-eyed man roared. Even his own weapon had been shattered, so he naturally didn't feel any better. The palm that was holding the weapon had been shattered, and silver blood flowed out. Boom! As if heaven and earth were being opened, that male bathed in golden light also produced a weapon. That was a heavy hammer that released 7 types of radiance. This weapon was actually refined from 7 types of immortal gold, and there were even 3 types of immortal gold that Zhou Tong didn't recognize himself, never seen before. Kill! 3 murderous voices erupted at the same time. The 2 half-immortal emperors from the Soul River, 1 gold, 1 silver, rushed murderously at Zhou Tong. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong also released an explosive roar, the thousand-mast staff in hand clashing against the two of them. Long! A great battle erupted between the two sides. Terrifying radiance erupted in the skies above the Soul River. This was primordial spirit radiance, the sparks from the clash of weapons. Even more so, a clash of great Tao between the two sides. By the Soul River, specks of blood radiance flickered. World-shaking, terrifying divine force surged, an inextinguishable battle intent extending from the ancient past. 3 great half-immortal emperor-level experts clashed. From time to time, there would be golden and silver blood that would blast out millions and millions of li. It was incomparably terrifying. However, they were half-immortal emperors after all. After they were injured, they quickly recovered, once again rushing up to fight a great battle against Zhou Tong. The scene of this battle was incomparably terrifying. If there were immortal kings who saw this battle, their entire bodies would definitely tremble. It was because a battle of this level really was too horrifying. If one didn't reach half-immortal emperor-level strength, they didn't even have the qualifications to watch this battle. Fortunately, this was the Soul River, having experienced the reinforcement of past half-immortal emperors and even immortal emperors. Otherwise, this battle would definitely leave the heavens shaken. Fight! The battle situation became more and more intense. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong also fought more and more smoothly. Even though his fighting strength was unmatched, in the end, he had just entered half-immortal emperor level not long ago, so he still wasn't that used to this domain. Even though he had the heavenly horned ant and immortal phoenix, these 2 great true fates, after reaching the highest cultivation realms, they still didn't have much fighting experience. However now, after fighting a great battle against the 2 great half-immortal emperors of the Soul River, Zhou Tong became more and more at ease, grasping his own fighting strength more and more precisely. His fighting strength increased through this great battle. Long! Zhou Tong's right hand forcefully swept out with the staff, blasting aside the golden male's heavy hammer. Then, With a turn of his left hand, a palm smashed down towards the silver-eyed half-immortal emperor. In that instant, heaven and earth were overturned. That silver-eyed half-immortal emperor roared out crazily, his hands holding the spear to seal Zhou Tong's palm. In that instant, the Tao patterns between the palm imprint and the black divine spear were densely packed, interweaving together, deriving the life and death of the great Tao. Terrifying energy fluctuations rumbled outwards, and then fiercely broke the spear in that silver-eyed half-immortal emperor's hands. Not good. That silver-eyed half-immortal emperor's weapon was destroyed. Silver great Tao patterns extended from beneath his feet, immediately withdrawing. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong took a step out, his entire body already catching up. With a raise of his hand, the staff hacked out. Hong Long. A purple-golden staff shadow swept out, the staff shadow unmatched, heavy like a mountain, as if it was going to shatter 3,000 worlds, sever the great river of time. A large amount of the void before it was hacked apart, the soul river surging with endless waves. Bang! Just as Zhou Tong made his move, a voice suddenly came from behind him. It was like a thunderclap, and an unimaginable stream of light shot out from a corner of the darkness. It was a pitch-black arrow. There was a third half-immortal emperor on the Soul River's side. He hadn't made a move and had been hiding in the dark. Waiting for the moment, Zhou Tong walked out from the protection of the bell. In an instant, it was as if time had reversed. The pitch-black arrow seemed to flow upstream along the long river of time, turning into an unbelievable ray of light, directly piercing through the back of Zhou Tong's head. I've been waiting for you. Zhou Tong coldly snorted, and then a brilliant halo appeared behind him. At the same time, within the 10 Heavenly Paradise Divine Ring, Zhou Tong's immortal phoenix, True Life, drew the Tribulation Fire Divine Bow, and a golden arrow instantly turned into a stream of light and flew out. Clang! The golden arrow and the pitch-black arrow collided in the void, but the pitch-black arrow was quickly annihilated. Then, the golden arrow pierced through and suddenly landed on the figure who was secretly drawing the bow. Hong Long! With an earth-shattering explosion, the golden arrow directly blew up the half-immortal emperor who was hiding in the dark. Chapter 1386. Boom! A quasi-immortal emperor exploded. Not only did his body explode, but his divine soul also exploded. The sky was filled with burning flesh and soul light, spreading in all directions. It was like a fireball that directly exploded. Then, the flames dissipated bit by bit. Everything turned into ashes and completely dissipated. Dead turned into ashes. This scene caused all the remaining living beings in the Soul River to be horrified and shocked. That was Daozu. In the words of the heavens, he was a quasi-immortal emperor. Such a peerless expert was actually killed by a single blow. He couldn't even recover. With just a single blow, a quasi-immortal emperor was actually killed. It should be known that quasi-immortal emperors were extremely difficult to kill. Even if an expert of the same level easily suppressed a quasi-immortal emperor, it would probably take tens of thousands of years of continuous refining to completely kill him. But the scene in front of them exceeded their imagination. They didn't dare to believe that a quasi-immortal emperor actually died just like that. However, this quasi-immortal emperor who was killed by the arrow was only the beginning. The battle on Zhou Tong's side was not over yet. Then, boom! Zhou Tong swept out with a 1,000-pound rod in his hand, shattering the broken spear in the hands of the silver-eyed, quasi-immortal emperor. Then, it directly smashed into his body, almost killing the silver-eyed, quasi-immortal emperor. His shoulder was completely shattered. A bloody broken arm flew out and exploded in the void. Then, his lungs and heart were also shattered by this rod. All the bones of his body were broken, and he flew out with blood dripping. It was simply a tragic sight. The silver-eyed quasi-immortal emperor staggered back with a face full of shock. The silver-eyed quasi-immortal emperor was greatly shocked. The opponent in front of him was getting stronger and stronger, and the speed of his improvement was really too fast. This speed of improvement was not like the speed of a quasi-immortal emperor at all. Instead, it was like a newbie who had just entered this realm but hadn't fully adapted to it. Only such a newbie could continuously improve to such a realm in such a short time. But how could a newbie who had just entered this realm be so strong? Could it be that he was standing at such a high position just after breaking through? Could it be that just after breaking through, he could already surpass his thousands of years of bitter cultivation? The silver-eyed quasi-immortal emperor was very shocked. This was something he had never thought of before. Could it be that another desolation is going to appear in the heavens? The silver-eyed quasi-immortal emperor couldn't help but think of the person who entered the Soul River back then. That person was really too strong. It was clearly not long after he entered the Supreme Road, but he had such terrifying combat strength. Even his supreme existence in the depths of the Soul River was not a match for him. Back then, he only did not dare to show his face. By desolation, by desolation, by desolation. As for the person in front of him, although he wasn't an expert at the immortal emperor level of the Supreme Road, his unparalleled demeanor and the unparalleled battle prowess he possessed right after breaking through actually vaguely resembled desolation when he entered the Soul River back then. By desolation, kill. Zhou Tong dealt with his worries, killing the half-immortal emperor who was secretly spying on them. He immediately released a terrifying, murderous roar. He completely walked out from the protection of the bell. Like a tiger that left its cage, he directly chased after the silver-eyed, quasi-immortal emperor, domineering to the extreme. Attack together, kill him! The silver-eyed, quasi-immortal emperor was terrified, immediately shouting for his companions. That quasi-immortal emperor covered in golden light naturally wouldn't sit by and watch his only companion be killed. He had long made his preparations, brandishing his immortal gold hammer, directly attacking. Dang! However, right at this time, the bell suddenly shook. Bell waves surged endlessly, like raging waves. The ripples were endless, domineering beyond compare, rushing over powerfully. How long? The instant they collided, the bell waves erupted like a tsunami, sweeping towards that golden quasi-immortal emperor. The bell waves spread in millions of streaks, every single one more terrifying than exceptional sword radiance. They blasted through everything in front of them. That golden quasi-immortal emperor couldn't stand still, staggering. Then, he was even more so directly sent flying, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. This time, this golden quasi-immortal emperor was also shocked. Even that opponent's weapon was so unordinary, able to injure him. It was simply inconceivable. Damn it, what kind of thing is this bell? It is simply like a different Daozu. This shouldn't be. Even if it is a living weapon, it is still a weapon. My weapon also has its own life. How can it have such terrifying strength? The golden quasi-immortal emperor wiped away the blood at the corners of his lips, looking towards Zhou Tong's bell with a grave expression. This was the first time he attached so much importance to a weapon, because the feeling this weapon gave him was too extraordinary. More than 10 types of immortal gold, as well as all life source energy, primal chaos immortal essence, this type of divine object, as well as some unknown materials. How could there be such a thing? There are materials in the heavens that I can't recognize. No, there's a problem with this bell source energy, a huge problem. This golden quasi-immortal emperor felt more and more shocked the more he looked. Although he didn't recognize those materials, he could feel that several of them were very shocking. It was those few materials that increased the power of this bell to a terrifying extent, especially that Xianhuang Qi, which made him even more shocked. This Xianhuang Qi was different from the Xianhuang he knew. It seemed to have some kind of terrifying and special power, enough to make anything be reborn. Clang! But at this moment, he didn't have time to think too much. The bell continued to vibrate, and the bell sound once again resounded on the Soul River. Billions of bell waves were like heavenly sabers and divine swords, once again blasting out. The golden quasi-immortal emperor's expression was ugly. He used all his methods, and even activated the most original power of the Soul River to resist Zhou Tong's bell waves. For a time, the waves on the Soul River soared into the sky, turning into clouds and smoke, constantly being annihilated. On the other side, Zhou Tong's original body was also chasing after the silver-eyed, quasi-immortal emperor. He was incomparably ferocious. The 1,000-pound rod in his hand even split open the void. The silver-eyed half-immortal emperor's eyes were also filled with anger and unwillingness. To be bullied by a junior who had just stepped into this realm was simply a humiliation. But at this moment, there was nothing he could do. He could only hold the half-broken spear and take it head-on. Clang! This collision caused ghosts to cry and gods to howl. There was also a terrifying metallic sound that shattered countless formation runes near the Soul River. There was also a huge amount of river water that rushed tens of thousands of miles high and then was annihilated. The endless yellow sand by the Soul River was also affected. Large amounts of yellow sand were also turned into ashes in the dazzling light. This time, the silver-eyed quasi-immortal emperor was seriously injured again. He quickly retreated. His entire body was in tatters. Even his primordial spirit was affected by the power of this rod and almost collapsed. If it weren't for the fact that he was a quasi-immortal emperor and had been in this realm for many years, he would have died under this strike. But even if he was still alive, it was useless because Zhou Tong rushed up again. Ah, a junior dares to come to my Soul River to be presumptuous. I refuse to accept this. The silver-eyed, quasi-immortal emperor roared. If his companion in the dark was killed directly, they wouldn't be in such a situation. This opponent was too strong. If it was 3 against 1, there was still a chance, but 2 against 1, there was really no way. This was destined to be a disaster. Buzz! For the quasi-immortal emperor in the depths of the Soul River, Zhou Tong didn't have any mercy. He added another strike and blew him up. Then, a crimson furnace appeared in Zhou Tong's palm. This was the life-divine weapon of the immortal phoenix, true life, tribulation fire divine furnace. He opened the lid of the furnace. Immediately, a terrifying suction force directly swallowed all the remains of the quasi-immortal emperor in the depths of the Soul River and suppressed him. Then, Zhou Tong looked at the other side of the battlefield. He took a step and arrived beside the tyrant bell. He raised the 1,000-pound rod in his hand and used the rod as a bell pestle to strike the bell. Clang! The tyrant bell rumbled, erupting with an unprecedented bell wave. It was as if the trajectory of the great Tao was slashed out. At this moment, the bell wave was like a blade of time, like a blade of the void, cutting through thousands of years, cutting through tens of thousands of worlds, and killing everything. Buffed, the golden quasi-immortal emperor instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. When he wanted to be reborn, Zhou Tong's tribulation fire divine furnace descended once again and swallowed him. In this battle, Zhou Tong killed a quasi-immortal emperor and suppressed 2 quasi-immortal emperors at the same time. Chapter 1387. Inside the tribulation fire divine furnace. Zhou Tong quietly looked at the 2 dark quasi-immortal emperors. At this moment, there were chains completely condensed from flames in the divine furnace that tightly bound the 2 of them, causing them to be unable to move. They didn't even have the right to use their own great Tao laws. In this battle, I captured 2 quasi-immortal emperors. My combat strength can be considered strong among the quasi-immortal emperors, Zhou Tong secretly said in his heart. At the same time, the power of the tribulation fire divine furnace erupted, directly searching the storage space of the 2 quasi-immortal emperors. After that, the lid of the tribulation fire divine furnace opened, and the legacies of the 2 quasi-immortal emperors all flew out and were stored in Zhou Tong's 10 Paradise divine ring. The legacies of the 2 quasi-immortal emperors were definitely very shocking. The only thing that Zhou Tong felt a little regretful was that one of the quasi-immortal emperors had been shot to death by his immortal phoenix True Life. He was afraid that all the treasures in his body were gone. After all, The flame of the immortal phoenix true life was too strong. Everything around the quasi-mortal emperor was turned into ashes. I'll talk about the legacies later. I remember that there should be a lot of treasures in the Soul River. Although they are untainted by darkness, with the ability of my immortal phoenix true life, it shouldn't be too difficult to purify the pollution. Zhou Tong didn't have the time to look at the legacies of the quasi-immortal emperors for the time being. He still had to go to the Soul River to see what treasures there were and see if there were any bigger secrets in the depths of the Soul River. However, just as Zhou Tong took a step forward, all of a sudden, Zhou Tong felt his whole body turn cold, as if an extremely terrifying gaze had fallen on him. That gaze came from an unknown place, and he didn't know who it was, but in just an instant, Zhou Tong felt all the hair on his body stand on end. He felt as if he had fallen into hell, as if he had fallen into an ice river, and his whole body turned cold. Who is it? Has the true immortal emperor appeared? Zhou Tong borrowed the power of the immortal phoenix fate and subconsciously followed the direction of his gaze. Vaguely, he seemed to see a black figure appear in a place far, far away, separated by countless great worlds. His eyes flashed like lightning, as if they had crossed the river of time and the sea of void to fall on Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong only vaguely met that person's gaze, and then his whole body shook violently. Boom! The black shadow seemed to become the only thing in the heavens, the most original great Tao of heaven and earth. Its eyes were like two whirlpools, like a black hole, madly attracting Zhou Tong. Oh! Zhou Tong let out a muffled groan as his 10 heavenly passages divine ring spun slightly, releasing a supreme divine power. He took the opportunity to avert his gaze, not daring to continue looking at Yi Futian. Damn it, immortal emperor, it's definitely an immortal emperor. This kind of qualitative difference, it can't be a quasi-immortal emperor. Zhou Tong cursed in his heart. With just a glance, his whole body was drenched in sweat. Just thinking about it made him feel that the two strange and terrifying eyes unconsciously appeared in the depths of his heart. But soon, divine power bloomed from the 10 heavenly passages' divine ring, and the flames of the immortal phoenix fate entered Zhou Tong's heart, completely burning away the strange eyes and great Tao imprint. Yes, he has already attacked me. This feeling, it seems like he wants to use his own Tao to infect me and pollute me. Zhou Tong understood that this unknown immortal emperor had already attacked him. He wanted to imprint his own Tao imprint in Zhou Tong's heart, and thus become his captive. This was just like the corpse immortal emperor from the chaotic ancient era. Whether it was Emperor Tsang, Emperor Yu, Grand Emperor, or World Annihilation Elder, the main reason why they were unable to break through was because they accepted the dark matter, the scriptures and Tao of the corpse immortal emperor. If I didn't notice it in time, I might have become like World Annihilation Elder in the future. Zhou Tong also felt a bit of lingering fear. The immortal emperor's methods were too strange. Right now, he still hadn't merged with the heavenly horned ant and immortal phoenix fates. So if he relied on himself, it was too easy for him to fall into this trap. When the corpse immortal emperor from the chaotic ancient era was still sleeping, World Annihilation Elder and the others were all affected. Right now, this was a true immortal emperor, directly attacking Zhou Tong, wishing to completely capture him. Right when Zhou Tong used the power of the immortal phoenix fate to expel the power of that unknown immortal emperor, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded by Zhou Tong's ears. This voice was like a meteor, smashing heavily into Zhou Tong's heart, stirring up heaven overflowing waves in the depths of his soul, making Zhou Tong's body sway, a bit unable to endure it. Damn strange, it's still attacking. Zhou Tong cursed inwardly. But soon, he made his move. The power of the immortal phoenix fate and 10 heavenly passages divine ring erupted once again, and Zhou Tong once again stabilized himself. At the same time, the radiance of the 10 heavenly passages completely enveloped Zhou Tong's body, forming a type of omnidirectional protection, preventing him from being affected by that unknown immortal emperor again. Umph. A mere ant actually has such a method? There's someone behind you? I've never seen such a method before. Is it a newly ascended immortal emperor from the heavens? That strange immortal emperor's voice once again transmitted into the Soul River, rippling around Jotong. At the same time, an unparalleled mighty force erupted, causing the entire Soul River to tremble. Frightening Tao runes appeared around all the remaining living beings in the Soul River. Those were the great Tao rules and orders that they had mastered. But now, as the true immortal emperor appeared, everything trembled and resonated with the voice of that immortal emperor, as if wanting to submit and kowtow to that supreme immortal emperor. But this time, Jotong was unaffected. With the 10 heavenly passages divine ring and the immortal phoenix fates filtering, all the negative forces were filtered out, leaving behind only the ordinary voice. He was not affected at all, and his whole person was still standing quietly in the air above the Soul River. Whoosh! At this time, the entire Soul River was covered by a faint fog again. Countless gray fog covered Jotong's body and the radiance around him. For a moment, he appeared mysterious and unfathomable, as if he had existed since ancient times, forever existing in ancient history. In the eyes of the remaining living beings in the Soul River, Jotong had become a supreme existence that was comparable to an immortal emperor of the immortal realm. At this moment, the silence was also an incomparably terrifying confrontation. Immortal? Immortal emperor? The faces of the remaining living beings in the Soul River changed drastically. They had already knelt down and trembled when the strange immortal emperor spoke. Now that they saw Jotong's performance again, they felt like their heads were about to explode. So the one who invaded the Soul River this time was not Daozu, but an immortal emperor of the immortal realm? At this thought, these living beings did not dare to move at all. They even lowered their heads, not daring to look at Jotong. Chapter 1388. Above the Soul River. The atmosphere was incomparably heavy. This place was completely silent without the slightest sound. Regardless of whether it was Jotong or that unknown immortal emperor, neither of them continued to speak. For a moment, the entire sky above the Soul River was oppressive. Countless dark creatures kneeling here held their breaths. Some of them even suppressed their heartbeats. They didn't want to make any sound that could affect the balance between Jotong and the unknown immortal emperor. At this moment, the time of the entire Soul River seemed to have stagnated. Everything was still. However, although everything had stopped, Jotong still had some doubts in his heart. Why didn't the immortal emperor make a move? For creatures at the level of the immortal emperor, distance was not a problem at all. As long as he wanted to, he could directly attack from hundreds of millions of great worlds. It was not just a few ruthless words from afar. Someone is restraining him. Is it Heavenly Emperor Huang? Almost instantly, this thought appeared in Jotong's mind. Boom! Just as Jotong thought about it, he suddenly sensed that the blurry figure of the immortal emperor, who was standing in the endless distance, suddenly became clear in an instant. Moreover, it erupted with unparalleled energy that could penetrate the ancient and modern times. This energy was too vast. Even his eyes became incomparably terrifying. It was as if it contained the life and death of the universe. It was too deep and resplendent. He shifted his gaze and didn't continue to look at Jotong. Instead, he looked at another unknown place in the void. Jotong could feel from his expression that the immortal emperor seemed to be facing a great enemy. He didn't even have time to care about Jotong on the other side of the Soul River. Boom! An earth-shattering sound came out. Jotong seemed to hear the sound of the heavens collapsing. The unknown immortal emperor made a move. He was incomparably powerful. With a wave of his hand, he broke through a layer of fog. A layer of supreme, great Tao ripples spread out to the opposite side. Clang! However, the response was an incomparably stunning sword light. This sword light seemed to be tracing back time. It pierced through the ripples of the great Tao, cut off the long river of time, and rushed directly to the unknown immortal emperor. Boom! In an infinitely distant and unknown place, a terrifying power erupted. Fragments of time danced in the air, and a power that could make the great Tao of heaven and earth tremble violently surged. At the same time, there was a muffled groan. Zhou Tong could hear that the groan came from that unknown immortal emperor. He had been hit by his opponent. An unknown immortal emperor has been struck. It seems like my guess was right. Heavenly Emperor Huang has been restraining them, blocking the spring to prevent them from coming out and wreaking havoc. Zhou Tong understood in his heart that it was impossible for the supreme existences of those strange races, Lu Jinji immortal emperors, to act now. Boom! However, the distant battle wasn't over yet. Heavenly Emperor Huang didn't stop his attack. Instead, he moved again. He brandished the invincible Emperor's sword that was born from his law pool and continued to slash at the unknown immortal emperor. In an instant, time became chaotic. Time surged. The long river of time was shaking. The myriad worlds were shaking as if they were about to collapse. Everything seemed to no longer exist. This scene was too terrifying. This was also the first time Zhou Tong saw an immortal emperor-level creature fight. That is an immortal emperor-level existence. That is a battle between immortal emperors. Zhou Tong borrowed the mighty power of the 10 heavenly passages' divine ring and the divine ability of the immortal phoenix true fate to look beyond the heavens. At this moment, he was no longer in the mood to search for any fortune or treasure in the depths of the Soul River. Instead, he was watching the supreme battle with all his might. His eyes were incomparably deep. He wanted to capture the trajectory of that battle. As long as he could comprehend a trace of immortal emperor-level great Tao runes or divine chains of order, it would be a huge improvement for him. Who knows, his heavenly horned ant true fate and immortal phoenix true fate might even be able to return faster. Heavenly Emperor Huang's sword light pierced through the past and present, tearing apart the heavens, heavily colliding with that unknown immortal emperor. Honglong. A world-shaking collision occurred. The myriad worlds in the heavens trembled. There were even more, countless universes that directly disintegrated. An extremely terrifying great annihilation occurred. At the same time, Zhou Tong vaguely saw a figure. His hair was scattered all over his body, eyes like cold lightning. With a single step, it was as if he crossed the heavens, crossing the long river of time, directly arriving at the future. His true body arrived in front of the immortal emperor and clashed head-on with him. Chong! Sword light covered the heavens, cutting through the heavens above and earth below, cutting through time. The past and present were in chaos, to the extent where even the heavens seemed to be cut apart. This was precisely Heavenly Emperor Huang's sword light. It illuminated the past, present, and future. It was incomparably domineering, incomparably sharp. This was a truly invincible sword. However, Zhou Tong already understood a portion of this sword. It was because his foundation was extremely similar to Heavenly Emperor Huang's, both using secret realm methods to build their foundation. They both comprehended the immortal ancient 3 great sword arts and the imperishable scripture. I see. This is your sword art. It is somewhat similar to my sword art, but it is also somewhat different. Cutting through time, cutting through the void. A supreme sword. The more Zhou Tong watched the battle, the more things he comprehended in his heart. Many questions that he couldn't solve before were answered in Heavenly Emperor Huang's sword. In fact, Zhou Tong even faintly thought of a brand new technique in his heart. He actually created a new set of sword arts according to Heavenly Emperor Huang's sword. Honglong. The battle was still going on. The sword light was sharp and invincible. The mysterious immortal emperor was already injured. His entire body was suppressed by the sword light, and he was forced to retreat unceasingly. Drops of blood splattered in the air. Roar. The immortal emperor who was suppressed by the sword light roared madly. The gray fog around him completely dispersed. This time, Zhou Tong truly saw the appearance of this immortal emperor. This was an ape-like creature. Its entire body was covered in strange long hair that covered its entire body. Moreover, he could clearly sense that this was a huge creature. Its aura was even more ferocious and unparalleled. As expected of a strange creature, just looking at it makes me feel disgusted. Zhou Tong thought to himself. This strange creature was exactly the same as those dark creatures he had killed in the past. There was no beauty to it. It was just filled with endless strangeness and inauspiciousness. Even this immortal emperor-level creature that surpassed time and understanding was the same. It didn't look like a supreme creature at all. Instead, it looked like a wild beast without intelligence. Clang! Finally, Heavenly Emperor Huang's sword light erupted. The heavenly Tao and order all resonated with this sword. Heavenly Emperor Huang slashed out again with supreme divine might. The strange immortal emperor's head was directly cut off. The headless corpse exploded with a boom. Chapter 1389. Young man, although you are very strong, my race is everlasting and indestructible. This is the reason why my race swept through the heavens and wiped out all our enemies. In the end, you will only die. At this moment, a terrifying voice rang out. In the endless distance, another immortal emperor appeared and stood in front of Heavenly Emperor Huang. That's right, my race is everlasting. How can the likes of you overturn it? Another voice rang out as another immortal emperor walked out. Boom! At this moment, bloody light surged wildly and supreme Tao laws spread out. A strange and ominous aura also surged. Immortal emperors were difficult to kill. The immortal emperor who had been beheaded by Heavenly Emperor Huang came back to life and walked out at the same time as the other two. A total of 3 immortal emperors stood in front of Heavenly Emperor Huang. You are indeed very strong, but everything is meaningless. Even if you find this place, you will not be able to escape in the end. In this heavens, our race is the destiny. Our race is the fixed number. The revived immortal emperor spoke coldly, without the slightest trace of emotion. Since it's fate and destiny, why bother with a junior from the lower realms? You are afraid. You are not as strong as you say you are. Heavenly Emperor Huang sneered. I'm not afraid. I am just doing it in passing. Since I have seen such an existence, why not kill him? A strange immortal emperor bathed in silver light replied. My race is fearless. Even your only a slightly bigger problem. My race is everlasting. Even if it is you, we will only need to spend a little time. Another immortal emperor exuding black blood energy spoke. Do you really think a mere Daozu from the lower realm can overturn the heavens? Countless great beings have left behind indelible marks in history, but in the end, they are only a flash in the pan. My race, on the other hand, is everlasting and prosperous. The last immortal emperor bathed in golden light spoke. He swept his gaze and looked at Zhou Tong again, then reached out with his hand. Heavenly Emperor Huang moved his hand, wanting to stop it. However, after seeing clearly what it was, he did not continue. He allowed the dark immortal emperor to attack. At this moment, a terrifying power seemed to have transcended time and space and descended near the Soul River. At the same time, a strange brand suddenly appeared. It passed through the protection of the 10 heavenly passages and landed on Zhou Tong's soul and true soul, causing him to shiver. You're just an ant. However, since you've made up your mind to be our enemy, you'll have to face endless despair. The immortal emperor looked at Huang Tiandi again. For them, the current Zhou Tong could only be considered a minor character. The truly terrifying and troublesome one was still this person named Huang in front of them. He was simply too strong. No one in their clan was a match for him. For countless years, they had relied on their special resurrection ability to gain the upper hand. In order to truly kill him, it was unknown how much time it would take to slowly exhaust him to death. And when the strange immortal emperor turned his gaze back to him, celestial Emperor Huang remained silent. He stepped forward and attacked alone. Rumble! This time, the desolate celestial emperor was even closer to the ancestral land of the dark races. Darkness gradually enveloped the area, concealing everything. No one in the outside world could sense what was happening there, and no one could sense what was happening there. Even Zhou Tong couldn't see or deduce anything from there. Of course, Zhou Tong wasn't in the mood to see or deduce anything from there. He had placed all his attention on the brand on his body. My 10 Heavenly Paradise Divine ring couldn't stop that brand? My immortal phoenix true fate can't break this brand in a short time? Zhou Tong frowned. He could clearly sense that this brand was on his primordial spirit and true soul, but he couldn't understand what the brand's true ability was. My immortal phoenix true fate can break it, but it'll take some time. Old immortal emperors do have some special methods. They're not something I can compare to. Zhou Tong thought to himself. However, before that, let's finish the Soul River first. Let's get the treasures in the Soul River first. Zhou Tong stepped forward and walked deeper into the Soul River. The two quasi-mortal emperors had already been kept in the Tribulation Fire Divine Furnace, and the furnace had also been sent to the immortal phoenix True Fate. It was speeding up time and quickly refining the great Tao and memories of the two quasi-immortal emperors. Therefore, Zhou Tong had a rough understanding of the terrain in the depths of the Soul River. He also knew where the so-called treasures were and could take them directly. Rumble! The dark fog in front of him dispersed, revealing the scene in the deepest part of the Soul River. It was a dark abyss that was bottomless. This is the scene in the deepest part of the Soul River. Zhou Tong looked at this special place and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It was a dark universe in front of him, a very special kind of dark universe. This dark universe was completely carried by a stone wall. It could be said to be an abyss universe. This was an extremely strange abyss. It was vast and boundless. Countless planets could be seen rotating in the abyss, as well as large patches of lifeless starry seas. Of course, the strangest thing here was the stone wall near this universe. One could clearly see that there were pitch-black holes everywhere on the stone wall. Pitch-black water flowed out from each hole. It was either a stream or a waterfall. They flowed out from the cliff together. However, upon closer inspection, it wasn't water, but something similar to water formed by the light of the soul. This was the predecessor of the Soul River. Countless water streams intertwined in the void like waterfalls and streams. Finally, they converged into a river, which was the so-called Soul River. The deepest part of the Soul River. This place is too strange. Zhou Tong stood on the mountain wall and looked down at the entire abyss. Even he felt a strange feeling, as if he was going to fall forever. His body, his mind, and his soul felt like they were going to fall into this abyss and become one with the darkness. They will be silent here forever. This feeling is completely different from the dark matter I've seen in the past. There are many kinds of dark matter. What I encountered before was black blood. However, the dark matter in the Soul River is slightly different from black blood. It mainly pollutes the primordial spirit and soul, not the body. Zhou Tong stood quietly on the abyss in the deepest part of the Soul River, feeling the essence of the dark matter here. After a while, Zhou Tong made his move. He slapped the stone wall with his palm. Chapter 1390. Boom! As Zhou Tong attacked, the Soul River splashed, and a huge hole was created in the cliff. One could clearly see that the mountain wall where the Soul River ended was actually empty. Moreover, there were all kinds of holes everywhere in the mountain, like a worm's nest. There are also countless Soul River substances flowing like streams. At the same time, a fragrant medicinal fragrance spread out from the hole in the mountain. The medicinal fragrance of all kinds of miraculous herbs intertwined in the hole. One could vaguely see immortal light shining in it, dazzling and dazzling. Zhou Tong's eyes flickered. Soon, he saw some extremely mysterious divine herbs. They were all mutated species that had gone extinct in the outside world. For example, there were strange lotuses growing on the Soul River substances, a grass that bloomed like the sun, and a fruit tree that was as bright as the stars. In the cracked mountain wall, there were small rivers flowing with Soul River substances. There were millions of them. It was these rivers that gathered together to form the Soul River. At the end of each river was a huge hole, and there were densely packed creatures of the Soul River hiding inside. Some of them were monsters made of corpses, and many of them had intelligence. They belonged to the original creatures of the Soul River, and there were even some that looked more normal. When the eyes of many monsters opened and closed, they emitted a terrifying light. This huge hole was like a beehive. However, Zhou Tong was fearless. When he swept his gaze, no matter what monsters they were, they all disappeared. At the same time, he took a step forward and arrived at the holes at the source of the Soul River. His 10 heavenly paradise divine ring opened around him, and a large amount of Soul River substance essence was absorbed into it. After coming to such a place, Zhou Tong naturally wanted to loot it. Not only the most precious soul substances, but also the medicinal fields in the holes, some treasure halls, alchemy rooms, and other places were also visited by Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong felt that there might be some problems with the imprint that the immortal emperor left behind for him. Now that he might not have much time, he had to loot this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, that group of strange creatures would definitely send people out again. The methods of quasi-immortal emperors were very shocking. Using them to pick herbs and search for treasures was incomparably fast. In addition, Zhou Tong himself had searched the souls of the 2 quasi-immortal emperors in the Soul River. He knew very well where the good things were. Moreover, the quasi-immortal emperors in the depths of the Soul River were either killed or suppressed. Even if there were some hidden life forms, no one dared to come out and stop Zhou Tong. Therefore, Zhou Tong looted all the treasures in the depths of the Soul River in just a few moments. The Soul River is indeed the Soul River. Triastria grass, origin fruit. There are even 3 triastria medicines. There is even a triastria medicine that is useful for immortal emperors. Zhou Tong couldn't help but sigh. Soul River was too rich. 3 life medicine. This was a stock of medicine that immortal ancient era's Heavenly Emperor Huang had been thinking about for a long time. It needed at least 3 great eras of the most powerful blood essence before it could mature. As for the 3 lives Emperor Herb, it required the blood essence of a quasi-immortal emperor to nourish it in order for it to grow. As for the Triastria grass, this was a supreme treasure similar to the immortal god herb. But compared to the immortal god herb, this thing was many times stronger. The immortal god herb could only extend one's life, but the Triastria grass could continuously extend one's life for at least 33 lifetimes. If this grass came to shrouding heaven world, countless people would be shocked. Countless people who achieved the Tao would go crazy. According to the concentration of the immortal substance in shrouding heaven world, a great emperor's lifespan was about 30,000 years. Those with a special constitution could reach 50,000 years. According to this lifespan, living for 33 lifetimes was at least 1,000,000 years. This was comparable to the supreme of ancient chaos era. There was also the origin fruit. It was also a supreme treasure. In addition to these things, there were countless immortal medicines and immortal medicines. Of course, all the medicines here were contaminated with strange and ominous things. But as long as Zhou Tong's immortal phoenix, true fate purified them, there would be no side effects. Not just herbs, there's also immortal gold. In the Soul River's treasury, I've already seen 13 types of immortal gold that I didn't recognize before. Once these 13 types of immortal gold are refined into my bell, it won't be far from the primordial gold, which is made up of all immortal materials. The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the more excited he became. He didn't know how many types of immortal gold there were in the various heavens. But the immortal gold he knew were radiant white gold, darkness immortal gold, phoenix blood red gold, destiny orange gold, Tao calamity gold, immortal tear green gold, feather green gold, eternal blue gold, God mark purple gold, dragon mark black gold, void immortal gold, time immortal gold, Daluo immortal gold, five elements immortal gold, rainbow immortal gold, starry sky immortal gold, heavenly blood immortal gold, mysterious yellow immortal gold, and blazing sun immortal gold. These were 19 types of immortal gold. These 19 types of immortal gold and the 13 types he didn't recognize here made a total of 32 types of immortal gold. How many types of immortal gold are there in the various heavens? With 32 types of immortal gold, Zhou Tong was eager to know the answer to this question. So he directly asked the immortal phoenix True Life to search the souls of the half-immortal emperors. Originally, the common knowledge of immortal gold should be the last thing to be searched. This was because what Zhou Tong needed the most now was the Soul River and the secrets behind these strange and ominous things, as well as some of their own understanding of the Great Tao. This was what he needed the most. But now, with almost all the immortal gold he had obtained, Zhou Tong was also very curious. What other types of immortal gold were there? How many types of immortal gold were there in the various heavens? Soon, the immortal phoenix True Life found the answer in the two half-immortal emperors' minds. There are a total of 33 types of immortal gold in the various heavens. Now, I'm still missing the reincarnation immortal gold. Zhou Tong quickly understood what he was still missing. At the same time, he also knew many so-called supreme weapons and some secrets about immortal gold. The so-called supreme weapons all had a common symbol, and that was that they themselves could reflect the 33 heavens. In fact, these 33 types of immortal gold also represented the 33 heavens. If someone could collect all 33 types of immortal gold and mix them together, then even a weapon refined by a trash cultivator would have the potential to become a supreme weapon, reflecting the 33 heavens. When my tyrannical bell was still a king divine weapon, it gave birth to the 33 chaotic worlds. This is also a type of reflection of the 33 heavens. And Chu Feng's diamond chakram in the future also reflects the 33 heavens. So that's how it is. With these symbols, one doesn't need to be perfected in divine metal to become a supreme being. But wouldn't it be better to perfect immortal gold on this foundation? Zhou Tong directly left behind a portion of the 13 types of immortal gold that he didn't have before as seeds and merged the rest into the Warlord Bell. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.